And I would love to pinpoint what's the reason for that. We're still glad that we won. I really couldn't pick up in the week that this is how we're going to perform, but maybe that's a sign that you must never think that you're all set in the game. But yes, it's luckily all fixable. But yes, frustrating.
Rusty, were you guys caught out a little bit by that sort of impressive rush defense that they put on you there? Sort of a defense that you guys are more known for, to smother other teams. Italy did it quite well today.
They did. I don't know how many tries did we score?
6.
Yeah, so if you score 6 tries against the rush defense, you're doing pretty well. But I mean, we practice every day against the rush defense, so but they certainly gutsy. The Minincello, the 10 was brave, the 9 was brave, all 3 loose forwards was brave. I think halftime they made almost 120 tackles, and you'll think then somewhere they'll give in, but then they turned up the heat in the second half. So yes, the rush defense was something we expected. I think we could have scored a few more tries, but 6 is not too bad. But yeah, they defended well.
And Rassie, normally when you send on your bomb squad, things change and the momentum shifts, and that didn't happen today. Did that also disappoint you, or did it surprise you?
Yeah, I think we sent that on because in the first 10 minutes of the second half, it was like stop start, then a prop was down, and then the lineup, then the try was disallowed, and then it was a wait a little bit, and just didn't feel they get intensity into the game in the second half, and being that stoppages. I'm not saying they're doing that, we also had stoppages, and yeah, we tried to most, because the guys we put on, apart from RG, was not really bigger guys than Wilco. Vincent is not bigger. Bongi and Malcolm is more or less the same size. Jan Hendrik, he's a youngster coming into them. He's not a. So we tried to get the intensity and the speed up a little bit. Kwacha certainly made a little bit of a difference when he came on. So yeah, the frustrating part was not just not dominating, but also the game was stop start. It just didn't feel like we got any intensity into the second half, which was frustrating.
Just a bit on the defense, you guys scrambled well, but conceding 4 tries in the second half must be.
Yeah, it is, and what they did really well with our ball was legally, not illegally, slowing it down and holding us up in the tackles a little bit, and we attacked from, I thought, from slow ruck ball, and then the tries that they scored were quick, and we never got to actually set, and they got real good momentum. And that was the frustrating part. They seemed to be able to switch on and off from a break of 3-4 minutes with the injury, and then they switched back straight on, which we didn't do. So yeah, I thought obviously that's worrying to concede 4 tries.
Yeah. Rossi, we spoke obviously a little bit negatives now, but what do you take as positives out of the game?
I think that we I don't know how many changes that we made. The positive is we won. The positive is we scored 6 tries, even with a maul that didn't function, even with a breakdown that wasn't great on attack, even with a counter attack that wasn't awesome. We still scored 6 tries, and we have to understand what the Italian team was put out here. It was really an energetic, young bunch of guys, and we couldn't quite break them. I think there was a stage like 10 minutes into the second half where if a try was allowed, just after that, we could have actually stretched a little bit. But I guess, I don't know, 43, 45, how many points did we get?
42.
42 points is not too bad, but I guess if it was 42-10 or something like that, but I thought everybody would expect us to beat them more proper. But we scored 6 tries, and I guess the good thing is we're frustrated that we didn't score more. So I guess that's a positive for you.
Jesse, you called it on Friday when you said the rugby world was crazy to think it would be just a complete write-off for Italy. On the field itself, how did you find the game unfolding?
Yeah, I think like Rassie's mentioned, Italy they're extremely passionate nation, and I think they pitched up here tonight very energetic, and I think that showed in their play. We didn't get exactly what we wanted with all the quick ball on attack. And then in defense as well, I think, obviously not happy with those 4 tries. But like Rassie said again, we got the win, and there's a lot of things for us to work on. think we drive extremely high standards in the squad. So yeah, we'll get to PE and work on plans for next week. But yeah, definitely a lot for us to work on.
Coach, you mentioned that it might inform what will happen tonight, might inform next week. In which way is that going to inform the decision for the team next week?
Well, internally we've our sort of 13, 14 guys that we said, listen, you'll definitely get next week a run. But then how we build the bench or starting lineup around those guys, because some of those 13 or 14 guys that we already announced for next week internally, some of them might move to the bench. Some of the real standout players that play today, we might give a start again. So we won't discard the guys who played there, just the makeup of the team, handling what Italy threw at us, because they threw a lot of physicality at us. I mean, normally teams, you make 120 tackles in the first half, you'll think they break in the second half. So it's a team that's fit and passionate, and we'll have to make sure the team that we put next week on Port Elizabeth is not just a team that can go 50, 60 minutes. It must be a team that can go 80 minutes. So it will be the bulk of the guys that we nominated last week. It's just the other 9 guys that we must pick as are we going to pick them in the starting lineup, off the bench, some stability there. But obviously guys like Sasha will be back and those kind of things. It's just now who will be the other 9, maybe playing with a guy like Kobus who will off ground back. So we'll just have to fine tune now, take stock of the injuries. I think just Damien de Allende had a bit of a hamstring. Other than that, no real serious injuries, just a few bruised egos.
Coach, you had a very experienced team out there, but in the midst of all of that, there was a debutant in Vincent Chituka. How would you assess his first official cap as a Springbok? Do you see what you wanted to see? What are some of the things that you like to see they work on as he integrates into the Springbok?
I think you now know what Test rugby is like. He's played the game, he started the game. Again, I think he was very busy. I think, not that it's my place here to talk about players' individual things until we've chatted to them, but I think he certainly was not standing back if you compare to the rest of the Springbok team playing today. He was on the same physical level, but I don't think at all our physicality or our intensity was where it should be, and that includes Vincent. But not because we single him out, because I thought the whole team, but he's got a bright future and he's starting to get into the roles and understanding what we want to do. But those things, I'm not talking just about Vincent. All 8 must scrum, all 8 must maul, all 8 must contest in a line out, all 8 must work at the breakdown. And we didn't do that well today. But he's got a good future ahead of him. So yeah, I think he can be fairly happy with how he's gone so far.
Last English question.
Hi, Rassie.
Yes.
Congratulations on the win. You said in the week, and you've said this for years, you don't measure your success on the scoreline, you measure it in a lot more detail when you go through the review.
Yeah.
With that in mind, there's going to be a hard review this week.
Yeah, it's frustrating because it was really a blacker week. It was like we into it and things went well and it was nice and physical, and I think maybe we as coaches sometimes make a mistake with that, and I want to sound philosophical if that's the right word, but you feel, we're ready for this game. But you need to drive it even more when it's going so well during the week. So no, it's not the players who made the mistake. It's us as coaches who also didn't press the right buttons, do the right things during the week. So we can't just point fingers of them. So we will have to relook. And again, give Italy credit. Yeah, they manned up and they fucking buckled down and gave it to us. But we should have handled it much better. We'll start with our coaching staff to get that right.
Right, 3 or 4 quick questions.
Rassie, die Bokke is die wêreldkampioen en die nommer 1 die wêreld aanwys. En die Suid-Afrikaanse vertoning is dalk 'n aanduiding dat hierdie jaar moeiliker gaan wees om vir die res te bly.
Ja, ek dink so. Ek dink dit gaan moeilik wees en as ons kyk na die toetse wat ons moet speel, Italië is die eerste 2 games laas jaar in die Six Nations. Hulle is net Frankryk wat hulle regtig gesmash het. Ek dink Ierland met 4 punte verloor of so. So hulle kan vasbyt. Hulle is regtig 'n span wat kan vasbyt. As jy net kyk vir Nieu-Seeland, En wat daar met Frankryk, hy's Frankryk se derde span en Nieu-Seeland het 'n 4-punt wen gehad. Dit was 29-28 tot aan die einde. So daar's klein verskilletjies en ons op 95% is en hulle hardloop op 110%. Dan sit so games soos wat was die margin 20 punte. 18 punte. Jy weet so ons 18 punte beter as 'n span wat sonder baie van hulle sterre gekom het. Jy weet so en ons het klomp van ons ervare manne gekies. Ek weet nie of hulle nog steeds first choice is nie, maar ervare manne gekies. So ja, ons daar jare voor lê.
Nog so 2 Afrikaanse vrae?
As jy net baie momentum verloor by die breakdown, en jy speel die beste baljagters speel vandag. Dis nie bekommer na die formations toe veral die stadium en wat spesiaal van uitbreek.
Ja, kyk as jy praat baljagters dan sit meer in defensive kant wat ou baljagter is. So ek dink in die attacking kant mens mis definitief 'n ou so Sia wat hy's altyd 'n ou wat hy maak seker die afbreekpunte is skoon wanneer ons die bal besit het. En dis wat 'n ou soos Vincent en nie dat die altyd Pieter sê van die ander kant gehad. Maar Vincent vind nog sy voete waar en wanneer is hy verantwoordelik om dinge reg te kry. Ek dink Marco is hulle die game stadig en mooi gaan kyk. Marco sit 'n halse klomp werk in by die afbreekpunt wat min mense sien. Regtig fisies. Ek dink wat hulle baie goed gedoen het op ons bal is hulle het al 5-6 ouens hard gebyt by die breakdown. Hulle was nie altyd nommers op hulle voete met defensie, maar jy sê hulle het hard gebyt. So ons het of 'n stadige breakdown bal gekry of hom verloor of hulle is bietjie afgecoach van die breakdown. Nie dat ek sê die skeieregter het verkeerd gedoen nie. Hulle was baie clever daar gewees. So ja, ons breakdown was 'n issue vandag gewees.
JT laaste een.
Ek ons moet net vir iets vra, nie oor die wedstryd nie, maar daar's nou baie gesê daar uit die noorde uit oor 2021 se Britse en Ierse leeu's. Ek sien jy het ook iets op Twitter gesit daaroor. Die enige kommentaar Warren Gatland se aantuiging.
Ja, ek dink dis mense elke storie wat daar buite is, gaan vertel oor moontlike Kammersdag goed wat gebeur en dan gaan daar en dis ook eintlik maar wel het met die vandag stop en ek wil maar net 'n voorbeeld gebruik. Daar's soveel goed wat mense elke keer hoor van elke oefening wat en ek wil hê die mense met die idee kry en dis die tipe goed wat agter die skerms aangaan. Ek bedoel daar's soveel snaakse stories van afrigters wat al ander afrigters probeer uitvang het en dis nie 'n nasty ding wat mense so in die koerante gooi op hoor sê nie want dit create net ongemaklikheid en alles so. Ja, ek sal graag wil hê moet nou stop. Dis nie meer oor praat nie. Ek sal dit so verkies.
Thank you very much, guys. We're bringing Kwagga and Krappies in.
And we are live. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Sports and the Monday after the weekend's game. And very interesting to sort of see what the reaction has been from a little bit of lackluster Springbok performance. You know, I don't think we need to panic. A lot of people very, very critical of the Boks performance on Saturday. And I mean, fair enough in terms of that second half, just to call a spade, not being good enough. But I don't think we need to panic. I don't think that, you know, we're sitting here worrying about losing the game on Saturday, for example. I don't think this suddenly means that we're just not going to compete. And, you know, we need to start pressing panic mode and go into crisis mode. So that's the main thing. You know, we've just got to stay calm and realize that bad days at the office happen. And we're going to bounce back. And we're going to find a bit of form. And it's going to be up and down this year, I think. I think we are going to have to rotate quite a bit at times. We are exploring different options. We are exploring different ways of playing. And with that comes with potentially bad performances. I also think that Italy were very good. And I think that needs to be acknowledged. But we needed to be better. And there are going to be lots of changes this week. I mean, Rassie Erasmus basically said that they'd already announced more or less about 15 players that were going to get involved this week. And we expect them to be a bit of a rotated side. So I'm expecting somebody like Moy Liebach to be involved in the team. Somebody probably like a Thomas Toy is going to be involved this week. And I think he's basically... he's in the press conference today, so that sort of guarantees he's going to be involved this weekend. I think that Edel van der Merwe might be involved. I think Andre Esterhuizen will be involved. I think Siakalisi PSF Toy will be involved, for example. So I do think we're going to see quite a few changes, but I do also think that based on a bit of a sloppy performance, they might be a little bit more conservative with the type of changes that they actually make. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to build our own team, and we're going to basically put in the chat options as the polls, and we're then going to vote on our entire sort of 23. So we're going to have to go through this relatively quickly because it obviously does take a time. You know, I mean, we've got 23 positions. Even if it's like a minute each, that's about 23 minutes. So we're going to have to go through this quite quickly. So I'm going to start the poll and said who starts at number 1. And your options are Ox in chair, Bowen Fenter, Jan. I should move this mic over here. I hope you can still hear me. Jan Hendrik Vessels, as well as Thomas Latoy, who's obviously a swing prop. So there we go. That's your option at number 1. Go and vote. And listen, I'm going to try and do this in less than a minute because you've got about half an hour show ideally. So we've got about a minute per selection. The team will come out tomorrow afternoon. That has been confirmed. And yeah, so we'll be live at about 3 o'clock tomorrow. I think is when it's going to come out. I think the press conference is officially scheduled for about 3:45. So 3:30 is probably when we'll see a potential team come out. So we've got 21 people watching. As soon as I get to about half of that with the votes, I'm going to throw that name and Oxen Chair off to a very quick start. Thomas Latoy and Vessels, basically a vote each. And as soon as we get to 12, 13 votes, we'll move on to the next one and start building out our team. I think this is a pretty straightforward selection as they go. And we're up to 12 votes, so I'm going to put in Oxen Chair in the number 1 jersey. Right, so we're going to end the poll there and move on to number 2. And who starts at number 2? You got 3 options. It's Malcolm Marx, it's Bongi Mbonambi, and it is Marnus van der Merwe. Right, get ready to vote because I said we can't stack around too much here, people. We've got to be efficient here, So Oxen Chair, 76% of the votes goes into the number 1 jersey. We're now going to decide our number 2 jersey, and very interested to see if we're going to go potentially Bongi Mbonambi, Malcolm Marx to the bench. Are we going to see a Marnus van der Merwe feature? I would like to see Marnus van der Merwe feature. I think he had such a strong URC campaign that I think he really deserves an opportunity to have a go. We're at 17 votes. Once we get to about 20 votes, we will close and add the name Malcolm Marx just ahead of Bongi Mbonambi. Marnus van der Merwe getting a bit of attention, which is good to see. We're at 17 votes. Come on, people, get your votes. Get that up to 20. Then we'll add the name. I do think Marnus van der Merwe obviously something a bit different to Bongi Mbonambi. Probably not as physical lineouts, for example. Bongi usually very solid, although this past weekend was a little bit sloppy. But I do think he does offer us a bit of a fetching option as well, which is a nice option to have. So 18 votes, people. Going once, going twice. I want to try and get it to 20 votes. And we've already had a minute on the clock, though. So we're going to add Malcolm Marx to that starting side. Right, number 3. And Wilco Low had a very strong game over the weekend. Who starts at number 3? Wilco Low, Thomas Du Toit, Vincent Koch, or Asanati. To be fair, you've also got Neerti Bashir. I do think that at the moment, I think they're right. They rate Asnati, Tlabakanya right, they're sort of slightly in front of him. So I'm going to put those 4 options. I don't think Neerti Bashir would have won the thing. So Mr. Orland says Italy got a hiding. Vanola's saying let's give someone a starting lineup. I mean, we saw Mark struggling. I wonder if he was necessarily struggling. Maybe he wasn't as characteristically strong as usual. But I think a lot of people weren't as characteristically good as they usually are. So at the moment, Wilco Low is 65% of the votes. We got to 21 votes. I'm going to add him to that side. Now we're starting to get nice and efficient, people. I'm enjoying it. Philip Sculpture said, Marx was fine. The line was horrible after Bongi came on. Yeah, but it wasn't Bongi's best day in the lineouts. And ironically, he's usually very, very reliable. Who starts at number 4? Options here are Eben, Etzebeth. We've got Salman Murat. We've got Kubus Visa. And I'm going to put in Archias Neyman as well. There are your options at 4. I really like Steve Kubus Visa actually this weekend, either off the bench or starting. I think that he's a genuine backing option for Eben Etzebeth. And I think that if he can get a couple of games, then I think that he can put himself in the mix. Salman Murat, I wouldn't be surprised if we see being involved this weekend, but I think we'll see Kobus Visa at the very least against Georgia, but I do think we will see him. Jay says, I think Thomas needs a hit out in the block jersey. Has been the best player in the Prem by country mile. Well, he is in the press conference as we speak. Our guy down in Gqeberha has just let us know that he's in the press conference, which means he will be involved this weekend. They never put a player up on a Monday who's not involved on the weekend. I think it's only happened once in the Rassie Erasmus era, so very likely that we will see him either start or in the lineup. And we've got up to our 20 votes, and Eben Etzebeth is over there. At the moment, this is actually where I was with my predicted side, which I put out about an hour ago. The next one is who starts at number 5. And your options are Franco Mostert. Come on, Franco Mostert. Louis Diaga. Ruan Nokia. And I'm just going to put Peter Steph the Toy. Well, sure, Peter Steph the Toy, Arcus Neyman. Let's put Peter Steph the Toy. Those 4 all started at 5 last year at some point, except for Lou Diago started at 5 this year. So there we go. Pick up your number 5. And Donovan says, I agree. Bongi throwing was off. Hopefully that's just a once-off thing. He's so experienced, Bongi Manambi. I'll be very surprised if we had similar issues this weekend. Dion Davids will not have been happy with what he saw. And he will definitely make sure that gets fixed. So let's see if we can get to our 20 votes, up to 19 votes. Pretty straightforward at the moment. And we're going to end off over there. And everyone's going with Lut Diago with 25 votes there. So we've got Lut Diago, number 5 jersey. Now let's get to number 6, shall we? Options are Sia Khaleesi, Marco van Darden, and Kwagga Smith. Kind of really only real options at number 6, to be perfectly honest. Sia Khaleesi is said to be fit, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer as to who will be getting the most votes over there. But let's see if we can get up to 20 votes very quickly. And Sia Khaleesi so far with 100% of the votes. Marco Darden now getting a couple. And we're up to our 23 votes, 83% saying Sia Khaleesi. So let's add him in over here. This is still looking exactly what I went with Franco Mostert at 5 in my predicted team. But yeah, so at the moment we've got the same tight 5 as last week. And Sia Khaleesi. Number 7, Peter Steph the Toy, Vincent Chatuka. I'm going to put in Jean-Luc Dupré, who by my understanding is back in the mix. And I'm going to add in a Kwagga Smith as an option as well. In theory, you could also have something like a Runo Kia as an option. You could also have a Franco Mostert as an option. And 9HDF2 saying they reckon they need to redeem themselves, saying that's why we're looking at a very similar team to last week. I think for me, it's going to be more interesting to see what happens when we do the number 9 selections and decide who's going to go there. We've got Morne, Faf, Kobus, Grant, Williams as the sort of options over there. I'm very interested to see who we're going to decide there, and our fly half options as well. So I think the pack is looking pretty straightforward. And 27 votes, most of them going with Peter Steph the Toy. So let's go with him. Right, and then number 8. Now that's number 7. Number 8, where we at? 9H reckons Peter Steph the Toy off the bench. And Josh says Khaleesi actually brings a lot in tackling, breakdown, and wide play. 100%. We definitely missed him this past weekend. I'm going to put in Jasper Wies's name. I'm going to put in Jean-Luc Dupré. Going to throw in Evan Roos. We could have put him as an option at 6. But I'd be very surprised if we saw him there in for the box. And I'm going to put in a Kwagga Smith. This for me is going to be one of the more interesting ones as well. I'm hoping a bit of a more even vote here. Grant is supposedly going to be fit this weekend. They were also targeting this next weekend. He said that Mapimpi should be fit for this weekend. Grant should be fit. Peter Steph the Toy should be fit. Sia Khaleesi should be fit. So I've got Peter equals Steph the Toy there, and I think they should quickly fix that. And at the moment, Jasper Wiese, 67% of the 28 votes. So we're going to throw him over there. So, yeah, I mean, this is all of a sudden probably our strongest pack, which is interesting. But now we've got a nice one to debate here. So number 9, Grant Williams. Buff de Klerk. Morne van den Berg. And Corbus Reiner. Right, he's going to start here. I think Grant Williams is going to come off the bench. That's going to be my guess. I think that we'll start with either Faf or... I think we're going to see Faf or Kubas probably. I think Morne van den Berg having 2 games in a row. I think he might sit this one out. Having said that, Rusty Russell did speak about the fact that those who played well could get another chance. And I do think he did play well. So Grant Williams at the moment with 71% of the votes. Morne van den Berg, very interestingly, in second place with the 31 votes over there. So we're going to call that over there and put in Grant Williams. Right, then for me, a big one, a big call to make from the Springboks is our number 10 for the weekend. I'm going to put in Monty Liebach. Going to put in Sasha Famagama-Zulu. You're going to put in Andre Pollard. And I'm going to throw in Damian Willemse just as an option. So go and get your votes in nice and quickly, people. Let's not hang around. Right, and Benoit says, guys, again, we didn't play well, but I think we're being too harsh on ourselves and the boys. Philip says, see, not so good over the wall, but with Marks in the field does not matter as much. He's not a good jackler, but I do think we missed him at the breakdowns. He's one of our top cleaners, gets around the park, and really helps us secure the ball and our ball retention. So I think that's where we really missed him this past weekend. Daniel says, hey, Steve, did you do a player rating? I did do a player ratings. If you're actually watching, I had to jump on very quickly because all of a sudden we had a press conference starting that I had to jump into. So it was a bit of a quick getaway for me, but we did do one. It says, I love this. I think this weekend we smashed them. Boys won up 2 down games in a row. Mr. Orland says the last time we saw Italy was an 18 gap 2. Before that, we scored 96. Right, very close at the moment between Monty Liebach and Sash Famagama-Zulu, which is very interesting itself. I'm going to let this one get to 35 votes. And then we're going to go and call it. So as soon as both pass 35 votes, we'll call it. Right now, Sasha Famagama-Zulu has seemingly just taken it, by the way. That's incredibly close. Very interesting. 45% for Sasha Famagama-Zulu, 42% for Monty Liebach, 8% for Andre Pollard. So definitely wanted to see a change at 10. I mean, why am I putting Monty Liebach here? Sasha Famagama-Zulu. Right, now, decision time once again here in the number 11 jersey. We've got Kirkley Aronser, we've got Mapimpi, we've got, I'm going to throw in Edwil van der Merwe. I'm not going to throw in Ethan Hooker. I think they don't really see him as a wing, so I'm going to put in Cheslin. Because they don't really mind which side they either of them play. Benoro says, again, let's not let Browns wear rubber take us away from our DNA. I think we need to find a bit more of a balance this past weekend. I mean, we dominated them up front, but didn't really manage to capitalize on the back of it. I do think our ruck speed, I think our breakdowns weren't really good enough. So I think that's something we'll need to fix here. Also, not a very interesting vote over here. Mapimpi and Edwin van der Merwe tied at that 21%, but Kirkley Aronser very much getting the nod at the moment. I'm very interested to see what this is going to look like when we do this for Georgia. And obviously, we're going to try and rotate it a little bit. Right, number 12 options. Damien De Elendi. I'm going to put in Andre Esterhazen. I'm going to throw in a Ethan Hooker, as well as a Damian Willemse as an option. I'm going to make Moody an option at 14. Don't often see him playing in the 11 jersey. So that is why. And I'm also going to put Moody as an option at 13. Right, number 12. I've got Damon Delende, Andre Estes, and Ethan Hooker, and Damian Willemse as your options at the moment. Once again, try and see if we can get past that 30 mark. 9HD says, Mapimpi was so good for the Sharks. He's definitely not going into the later stages of his career quietly, is Maxwell Mapimpi. He's fighting hard to stay in the Springbok squad, fighting hard to keep in the mix. And good to see. Good to see. So we've got 32 votes here. I want to see if we can get that 35 votes. Andre Estesen at the moment, just pipping Damon Delende. Bit of potential rotation there. We can pass that 37 votes, so we have got Andre Estesen. Now we need to go to number 13. And options are Jesse Creel, Ethan Hooker, Kanan Moody. That's more or less it, to be honest. Not that Lukanya is actually still officially injured, not part of the squad. So with all of the options here, Ethan Hooker got to an early lead here. No Henk van Wyk or anything, no Lukanya. So very interesting that Ethan Hooker is got quite a big lead there. Jesse Creel now starting to there we go. More votes came in for Jesse Creel. I always like doing this. It becomes a bit like horse racing when you start seeing everything sort of changing. So I want to try and get to that 35 votes. Kind of that's the mark, and this is going to go either way. Very much the closest we've had with fly half and outside center. Ethan Hooker is currently leading with 47% of the votes. What are we thinking here, people? 30 votes. Let's see if we can get to that 35. Going once, going twice. Sold Ethan Hooker at 13. My typing's been nowhere today. Right, and Kenny Moody getting 20% of those votes. Right, number 14. Your options: Edville, Van der Merwe, Kanan Moody, Cheslin, Colby. I'm actually going to throw an update fast as an option as well. He does cover. Come on. He actually made his debut at 14 up against Georgia during the British and Irish Lions sort of period. James says that the Durban July winner in the chat with all these movements. Well, that's a cool event I want to go to one day. It's Durban July. Right, at the moment, Susan Colby up front, but Kanan Moody and Edward Van der Merwe neck and neck for second place. 27 votes. See if we can get up to that 35 mark once again. Josh says that Esterhazy and Moody is an underrated duo. Not actually is a firm believer of the Church of Fussy, going, Fussy is my go. Chesn Colby so far 53% of. It's interesting how we've gone with brand new centre pairing, but everything else has been pretty much, who's our strongest option at the moment. So we're going to end up probably with our two leading wings. So we're going to put in Chesn Colby now. And fullback now, big call to make at number 15, which is Damian Willemse. Apelele Fassi or Ville Leroux. Does Ville Leroux start his 100th game? Or he will. When he does play, he'll start his 100th game. The question is it going to be his 100th this weekend? Or are we going to see it against Georgia and Mbombela? Big calls to make. So Apelele Fassi at the moment leading the charge with 62%. And Mo has jumped in saying a guy in the second season as greatest of all time is a leap. Well, there we go. Up to 31 votes, Fassi does seem to be leading the votes at the moment. I personally think we'll probably see either Ville or Damian Willemse. I think we'll see Apelele Fassi up against Georgia. But 48% of the votes so far. I think that should be enough. So we're going to put an Apelele Fassi into this back line. Right, now we need to go to our number 16, our reserve hooker. And I'm going to put in Marnus, Van der Merwe, Bongi Mbonambi, and I'm actually going to throw in a Jan Hendrik Wessels in theory, who could be the reserve hooker. Philip says, I think Billy will get his 100th against Oz in Cape Town, where he's from. Interesting concept. James Moriarty says most changes should come from bench. They were disappointing. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, obviously the second half was the disappointing one. So the bench just didn't really work as we would have liked to say. But you got 35 votes, and everybody's going with Marnus van der Merwe, who I would actually really like to see this weekend. Don't worry, I will change the color of the font. Bear with me here, people. There we go. Should be able to read it a bit better now. And let's go to number 17. So your reserve Lucid. I'm going to put in Jan, Hendrik, Vessels, Bowen, Fenter, or a Thomas Dutoy. Those are your three other options that can cover number one at the moment. And 80 people watching, by the way. Just the 10 likes so far. Let's please do smash a like on the video. Let's try and get as many people into as possible so this can be a true fan picked side at the moment. Very interesting to see kind of what we've got at the moment. And very keen to see what this bench is going to look like. We obviously need to decide on a 6-2 split. We'll do that after the front row so that we can then decide on the rest of the forwards. So we'll pick our front row and then we'll go through our decide what the 6-2 split's going to be. Well, the 6-2, 8-1, 8-1, 7-1, 5-3. And once we do that, then we'll decide. Right, so 53% of the votes goes Thomas Toy in at reserve Lucid. Somebody the other day, who was it? I had a bit of a chuckle because somebody in the comments said Thomas Toy is a loose head, not a tight head. Why do you keep putting him a tight head? And the reason for that is because he's played a tight head for the last about 6 or 7 years of his career. Almost exclusively as well. Can cover loose head, has played there for the Boks before, but is very much an out-and-out tight head these days, and has been the best player in the Premiership, well, best front row in the Premiership for the last 2 seasons at tight head. So we do need to now decide our reserve tight head. And our options are Asanate in Klabakanye, Vincent Koch, Neertling for Sheer, and there we go. Right, so who are we backing as our reserve tight head? And then we need to decide on what our bench split is going to look like. Adrian asking, where does Moody fit in? I think Moody at the moment, for me, is still an out-and-out 14. Could probably play on the wing if he needed to. I'd be nervous at this stage to play him at outside centre. I think he's had a bit of a tough season at the Bulls. Took him a while to get going. Started to look a lot better towards the latter stages. But when he was playing at 13 for the Bulls, struggled a little bit. I know he's had some good games there for the Boks, including playing against New Zealand. But I think that long term, I still look at him as more of a wing than in a centre. We've got almost up to 35 marks, and Asanate and Klabakanye is going to win that vote. So let's sort that out. Right, we now need to decide on our split. Right, bench split. I mean, the options are 5-3, 6-2, which I think will probably be the winner, 7-1, and just for shits and giggles, I'm going to put an 8-0. I don't think it'll be one, but let's put it in as an option. Dabu says Vili should get 100 ASAP. Thanks for service and move in. Vassie versus Willem, so 15 should be playing rugby championship. Yeah, and I think you also got Owen Quan Horn. Aegis, I don't think they would risk Sia with an Achilles. It's a neck injury at this rate. So it should be all right. Ultimate Cheetahs asking for Asanate. And Keju says, no more fight from Vili, please. Devin Henry Paulson says, Andre's in the starting team, so 6-2 makes sense. Ultimate Sharpshooter reckons 5-3 split. We've got 52% for the 5-3 split, and that is going to be our winner. Right, so we're going to have the 6-2 split is the winner, which means who should be the number 19. So our reserve, well, we got to then decide loose forward lock as the next option. But anyway, going to go Arches Neyman, going to go Franco Mostert, going to go Ruan Nokia. I suppose you're going to have to kind of go Salman Murat. We've got to try and throw in Kurvis Visa at some stage as well, though. I'll put him in the next sort of poll. What we'll do lock or loose forward for our other bench option, and then we'll decide who those will be between. So those are the options there for number 19. Arceus Neyman very much dominating this at the moment with a second place between Unoki and Franco Mostert. 29 votes to get up to that magic 35, and then we'll close that up. Already almost at 12:30. Time flies when you're having fun. Right, 33, and I don't see anybody usurping him, so we're going to go into Arceus Neyman for number 19. Right, then big call here. Should number 19, sorry, number 20 rather, should number 20 be a lock or loose forward? Lock, loose forward. Very simple. Two options there. And then we'll decide who's going to be those options themselves, because we can either go with, Simon Murkubis, Visa, Franco Mostert, and Ruan Nokia as your lock options, or you go more sort of Vince Tuka, Kwagga Smith, Jean-Luc Dupré, Evan Ruiz, who else are loose forward options I'm forgetting about? Marco van Staden. So at the moment we've got 50. Well, this is very close actually, so we're gonna have to wait until now loose forward is starting to edge ahead here. 31 votes, 34 votes. So we're gonna go with a loose forward as our two options. Right, so we're gonna have two loose forwards in our bomb squad at this stage. So number 20 option, I'm gonna put in Kwagga Smith. We're gonna put in Jean-Luc Dupré. Going to throw in a Vincent Chatuka. And I'm going to throw in a Marco van Staden. And then we'll do the... Right, come on, skip to 35 verse lines quickly here, people. So far, very close between Kwagga Smith and Jean-Luc Dupré. Kwagga Smith now takes a bit of a lead. Kwagga Smith 42%, Kwagga Smith 42%, 44%, Jean-Luc Dupré 25%, 25%, 43%, Kwagga Smith 30 votes to Kwagga. Him again at 35. He's got to be coming in an auctioneer. Anybody needs an auctioneer, you DM me. I'll make it a fair rate. And 33 votes so far. 35, and Kwagga Smith becomes our number 20. And now we've got to decide number 21. And your options are going to be Jean-Luc Dupré, Evan Ruiz, I think probably Vincent Tuka. I think that you if you were going to put Marcus Starden, you would have put him in the number 20 jersey. So probably between those three, really. So let's throw those names out and see who else we're backing on at the bench. Vincent Tuka can also cover lock. So if we were to be on the side, he would be in the number 20 jersey. Kwagga Smith would be in the number 21. That's kind of where I'd actually be going. I'd be very tempted to name him in the bottom squad. Right, so where we at? 37 votes so far. Vincent Tuka's going to go in there, so I'm actually going to put Vincent Tuka in the number 9, in the number 20 jersey there. Vincent Tuka. Actually matched him over the weekend. One of our first ever guests on the channel, Vincent Tuka. And most says Tuka looked winded after 15 minutes, but did I see him play the 80? He did play the 80. James Moriarty said he's replaced Fimulan looking like an impossible task just for that calm stability at the base. Yeah, look, he's a special player, very unique player was Dwayne Fimulan. Always a tough one to try and replace. Right, number 22. We've got Faf de Klerk as an option. We've got Kobus Reinach as an option. And we've got Morne van den Berg as an option. And then we kind of actually... We don't have that many. Well, I suppose we got Sasha at 10, so we could go with like a Billy LaRue at 23. So the number 23 option is going to have to be interesting, actually. Yeah, going to have to try and think about how it'll all sort of fit together. Philip said Vincent actually works out nicely since he covers lock as well. But Nola says Italy showed us they don't mind getting physical. Why don't we get in hard at the scrums and have Pollard finish the game with 3 pointers? I don't think we'll need 3 pointers, to be honest. I think that we'll run in a few tries, and I don't think we'll need to stress too much about that. 40 votes. Kubas Ranas going into the mix over there. What's very interesting about that vote is that once it shows, where's my vote gone? Kajul says Mornay played well, given more time to show what he can do. Okay, I'm a bit confused to where our poll went. But anyway, number 22, sorry, number 23. Now, this is going to be interesting because at the moment, we've got Sasha who can cover fullback if we need to. We probably need, I think Damien Willemse has to be in there, obviously. Villy LaRue is often within this option, shout. I'm going to throw in a Mon Liebach in there because he can cover 10. Sasha can go to full back, for example. And I think we probably have to throw in a... I don't think we'll see an Vandermerve. We don't often see a center on the bench. If it is, it's usually Andre Esterhuizen. So I'm probably going to throw in a Andre Pollard. I think it's probably either, a change at flower half or a change at fullback is probably like my guts feel. I think that we probably need center cover as well. And saying that, in which case I'm going to go with Damien Delendi. Given the fact that you guys are in Liebach twice, I'm going to go with Liebach ahead of Villy LaRue. I mean, ahead of Pollard on the options there. I don't really know who to put in our options here. Well, let's see. Let's change this up a little bit. Number 23 position to cover. Fullback, center, flower half. Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, in terms of wings, Ethan can cover wing. I believe I can go onto the wing. So let's sort of talk about who we need out of those things. Do we want a backup fullback, a backup center, backup flower half? So basically, is it Villy LaRue and sort of Damien Willemse as your options? Is it more Andre Pollard, Monty Liebach as your options? Or are we looking more at Damien Delendi, Jesse Creel potentially as your options? At the moment, everybody's sort of backing a second flower half on the bench. So that's as soon as we get to 35 votes, that looks like that's going to be the case, in which case we're going to then put on Monty Liebach, Andre Pollard, and Damien Willemse. Look, Damien Willemse makes the most sense probably here. Because obviously he covers 10, 12, 15. So he's probably the most versatile of them all. But Pollard can cover center. And if Monty Liebach comes on, you've then got Sasha who can shift to center, can shift to fullback as well. So he's an option there. So let's now pick over here. So CS says Polly is better suited on the bench and he can cover 12. Ludovic says Damien can play 10 if needed. 100 Pollard 23, and then the dash in from Dodds Farm. Get him involved. KG said if we're in trouble, Marnie can change the entire gameplay. Ludovic says Damien Willemse can play all 3. Captain will be Sia Khaleesi, so we'll add his photo. In the meantime, actually, shall we do that? Where is Sia in this? There we go. Let's throw him into this graphic. There we go. And make him captain. And at the moment, Monty Liebach is just edging out Damien Willemse on the bench. Crazy to think we're in 2025 and people aren't including a Damien Willemse in the 23. Right, so there we go. That is your 23. I think it's not a bad one, actually. I think that there are changes. It's a very new look bench. I mean, the only people that were on this bench last week was Archer Snyman and Kwaka Smith. So it's a brand new bench. From a starting lineup point of view, we've brought in Sia Khaleesi, PSF, the toy. That's the only change we made there. It is a very new look back line. We've kept our wings, but everybody else has changed. So it's a very different team that we've gone with over there. Philip says Jesse Creel is an interesting one since he covers center, wing, and fullback. I don't think we'd see Jesse Creel really play fullback. We'd probably see Chesson Colby move to fullback before he would move fullback. But there we go. That is your fan pick team. What are we thinking, people? What are we thinking? I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's exactly what we're going to see, but I don't think it's terrible. I don't think we'll see a brand new centre combination. Well, maybe we might see Andreas Tays next to Ethan Hooker. I'd be surprised. Sharpshooter says the only criticism with the 23 is that we could probably afford to play Edville in place of Colby for this game. I agree. And Bernard says, I think Villy played a great 10 at the Bulls this season. I don't think we'll see him starting at the 10, at least for the Box. We could see him come on and deputise there. Right, we're going to close up there, people. The show's usually about half an hour, so we've gone a little bit over to try and incorporate all the different votes and the likes of that. So thank you very much for joining me. And we will be live tomorrow for the official team, which will be announced late afternoon. So we'll wait and see as soon as we've got confirmation of those times. And
Rules and discipline is part of the box, and Thomas is going from. Please raise your hand for questions. Marina? No questions. Thanks, guys.
Could you regarding appreciate what this week anything you call that maybe it's maybe that could cause that could be the case this week on the side?
Look, first of all, we as the Springboks think that Holly and the whole team that's here is really good referees, and they have a great work ethic. It's people that you can prepare with in games and people you can give feedback to, and you get feedback from them. So it's something World Rugby encourages at a professional level. So on this weekend, we certainly have one or two questions that we've raised in terms of there's a key focus area sent out to teams before competitions or before windows. And obviously we have to feel each other out in the beginning to see if we understand that correctly, whether the referees understood it correctly. So we have alignment exercise, the same as the players do in that room this morning and yesterday, to align ourselves with the plan and the execution of the plan. So that's in our process, and we respect the referees that they have go through their game reviews, and we are sure they will give us honest feedback, and it'll put us all in a better position going into this weekend who needs to adjust.
Just specifically around the breakdown, when you speak about what you just said, around breakdown, can you tidy up and adapt to?
No, look, in rugby, when you are dominant, when you carry dominant, or when you tackle dominant, then obviously the little bit of grey sits with you. So on the Springbok side, we need to fix that up and make sure that we are showing the referee a picture that's easier to referee and not allow for too much interpretation or management. So on our side, that's a fix. Then yes, we have one or two questions. The Italian team has had a clear plan and they were really well coached. But we need to understand whether we have to adjust one or two things. And if we have to, we will. If the referees understand after this game, we can keep to what we are doing. Then that's great. But it's a positive process. This is not bagging anyone. This is an environment where we all continuously learn from each other and get a better product.
Do you think it's going to be a trend? Is that what
depending on the feedback, whether they believe this is we should adjust as a Springboks, or whether the referee team will adjust in the week.
Yeah, could you answer in specific that? Because my sense of unhappiness, you're not really telling us what kind of things it's about.
No, I don't think it's unhappiness. I think it's a question of learning. We've got to make sure that we are best adjusted to the referees. There's a key focus here, as I said, that I send out for best practices, and therefore we need to know whether we train and understand it correctly.
So what is it? What is it that you are?
When there's more numbers in the breakdown, whether if the referee sees an infringement, whether that is whether the referee asks the player to stop doing that, or whether the referee referees that infringement, or whether it is actually an infringement.
So this season has been a season of various law changes for the entire world. Is there one maybe or two laws that you found that the team maybe still struggling with, even with the all USC action had in the premiership? Is there one maybe two laws that you find that you still make stuff, particularly when it comes to having to retreat back after kicking down those type of things?
Well, players have had ample time to adjust, so we have got no excuse around that. By the way, we get to give input in the process of changing law. That process has closed down now with the window where they get the input, and then we now in execution phase. So South Africa, or the Springboks and SA Rugby, supports the law changes 100%, because they're all aimed at making the game safer or making the game a better spectacle. But we can't have a great spectacle without making the game safer. The ones you referred to, for instance, with the kicking game, is to create more space for the typical Cheslins of the world, the Damien Willemses. So those laws we support. I don't think the players find it hard to adjust. It's when you're under pressure, where you have less time, you make a decision and you're not clearly on side, or you panic a little. And that's the thing. So the laws are pretty clear. It's pressure that make you influence.
I guess that's our last question, because then there's going to be a time when it comes down to very fine one, where something is second nature. That's our last question. Is there still maybe a few things that need to be worked on where things are going to become second nature now? People are going to think about it when they're
Yeah, if you're dominant, okay, rugby is the old game of rugby. If you're dominant in contact, if you're dominant in the air, if you're dominant in the scrum, then it's easier to adjust. So that's the main thing for the team to find a way to be dominant in more situations.
We've got another 4 minutes.
Just on the more, obviously a lot of people talk about that try best and see that was that more of a execution thing on the fence, or is there something you see there in the rules you need to tweak or adjust?
I don't think it's a law thing. I think the specialist there defending malls and setting malls set right next to me. But it was a really good maul by Italy, and it was fully defended by us. The Springboks pride themselves in not allowing that, but that rips into ourselves. So that is a big negative for us.
I think if you look at that more, it's definitely a very modern way of mauling. It's not one person or not a whole package going over the line. I think it's very much evolving as the maul goes on. Different people handling the ball, the more kind of snaking, for lack of a better word, left and right, and then evolving towards the try line. Like we said, we definitely pride ourselves in stopping maul, and that is definitely a negative that we addressed this morning, and that we'll rectify during the week.
I promise. In Italy, one must give them credit for the desire that they showed. When I look at it, it was interesting also to look back on the game, do a bit of a review, but they really came hard, and it looks like they did a lot of homework, for example, on their lineups and things like that, contesting. Is then element of it, and one still has to recognize that you won the game, the guys won the game, and they won it comfortably. But is there kind of a bit of a, maybe, I don't know whether the word wake-up call is too harsh, but not thinking, you're playing a young team, and, you kind of should win this game, you should go out comfortably. And yet you guys were a little bit, I know you weren't involved, but the guys were out of the comfort zone. Is there a wake-up call element about it?
I wouldn't say wake-up call, but I would say we definitely set very high standards for ourselves when it comes to preparing for the match, and then also in the match itself. And training-wise, we all try and lift each other up. We all try and be better week in and week out. And so we compare ourselves to ourselves. So when we review the game, we review it in the sense that were we better than the week before? And in certain aspects, we have to look ourselves in the mirror and say we weren't. But there's definitely not a lack of intensity at training or a lack of preparation. This group knows what needs to be done, and we try and do that. So credit to the Italians. They are a proud nation. They play very good rugby. So they were very good on the weekend.
You guys also had some interesting situation with guys coming from all over the show and so on. But how do you guys experience it at training? Where you are on IPL conditions, for example, and now a lot of the guys aren't used to that anymore. Is that affecting you guys in a way?
Well, most of the camps are done at IPL, so we try and nullify that as much as we can. But we based on our conditioning and what Andy prescribes during the week, we definitely get enough load and work done at altitude for that not to be as big and thick as someone who just rocks up there on a Saturday and starts playing. So we get enough preparation for that not to be an issue.
Longer question over there, and longer talk.
Yaku, Russia's language first game on Saturday, considering it was a frustrating performance, what is, from a coach's point of view, should I say, what is the mental reset look like to get the players ready to really blow the Italians over?
Look, is first understanding the performance. Is where the plan, or where was the plan not good enough? Where was its coaches? First of all, the coaches, was the plan good enough? And then two, the players in the plan executed well enough. So if you have that great understanding there, where's that performance gap, I think then you can address from today onwards how do you fix that. But we're playing a solid, really well coached team. So I don't think people should expect any team to just walk over there.
Thanks, guys. Wonderful. Just to build on that question, Thomas, the big headline.
And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. Rassie Erasmus has rolled the dice and made wholesale changes, complete wholesale changes. Just 7 players that were involved last weekend, keeping their spot in the match day 23. It's an all new backline, completely new backline. It's a new captain. It's a new front row. It's a new lock combination. It's a new look loose trio. It's a 5-3 split on the bench, which features 3 uncapped players. And yeah, very much just completely chopped and changed what we saw in the first test. So Rassie Erasmus has resisted the temptation on the back of a poor performance in the second half against Italy to go against the sort of team that they had basically been brewing and basically had pretty much decided 2 weeks ago when they announced to the internal squad the team for the first test as well as the second test. And it looks like they've pretty much stuck with their guns regarding those decisions. Salman Murat will captain at the side on Saturday. Pieter-Steph du Toit is back. And the biggest news is that Willie le Roux will make his 100th appearance for the Boks on Saturday. And will pretty much lead them out and down in Gqeberha. So before we look at it, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And that is not the right team. Give me 2 seconds. Here we go. There we go. That is the team that we are looking at. So big call across the side. Let's get into it, shall we? So in the front row, Thomas du Toit gets a start next to Malcolm Marx and Wilco Louw. So keeping it relatively safe in that front row, Thomas du Toit, direct replacement for Oxenchair. He drops down to the bench, but then we see 2 new locks in the form of Salman Murat and Ruan Nokia. So none of the usual sort of 4 involved this weekend. Surprised almost not to see something like an Archie Snyman involved. So not a lot of experience at lock. Marco Verstappen is into the side. At the moment, it looks like Sia Khaleesi's niggle is just a little bit more serious than initially feared, and they said that they are currently trying to manage him, which probably means if this was a game against the All Blacks, for example, they might risk him, they might sort of push him in, but they're not going to take an unnecessary chance in the circumstances. As a result, Marco Verstappen gets a 3rd start in a row. He's been really given an opportunity to try and stake a claim here. Big news that Pieter-Steph du Toit is back and will start in the number 7 jersey. Jasper Wiese starts in the 8. So changes at lock, but apart from that, a very experienced pack. And if you look at the fact that there are 493 total test caps in the pack itself, a lot of them have come from the likes of a Malcolm Marx, for example, Pieter-Steph du Toit, the leading sort of cap player. But I mean, there's plenty of experience with regards to Thomas du Toit, Wilco Louw. Maybe don't have plenty of caps. I mean, I think it's Thomas du Toit's got 23 caps, Wilco's got 17. But they are both very experienced campaigners. Marco Verstappen's been around for a while, but very inexperienced in the fact that there are just 16 caps between our 2 locks, and our lock on the bench is on debut. Let's have a look at what's a very exciting, very next generation backline, which also then features Willie le Roux. So 9-10 combo, Grant Williams and Manie Libbok. Yesterday, I talked about the fact that I really want to see Manie Libbok get a go, and he'll be doing it next to Grant Williams. So expect a lot of attacking rugby, hopefully, on display in Saturday. Our 2 wings, Marcus Olma Pimpy and Edwil van der Merwe. Pimpy, and then Edwil van der Merwe, who's making his 2nd appearance, was man of the match on his debut a little year ago against Wales, and unfortunately, due to an injury, then did not play another game for the Boks. But a big opportunity for him to have a go at staking a claim for the jersey, really. And number 12 jersey, got Andre Esterhuizen next to Canan Moodie. Very interesting, being used as an outside centre. He struggled there a little bit with the Bulls early on this season, but the Boks have always looked at him as an outside centre option, and they've gone with him at 13. But a big call as well is Ethan Hooker set to make his debut off the bench. So it's a very new look backline. And then we look at our bench, and we've got Jan-Indra Wessels, who is covering Hooker, the first time he's actually been played as an out-and-out hooker, inverted commas, for the Boks. You then got Oxenchair, Asanate, and Tlabakanye set to make his debut off the bench. And we've seen a combination with Oxenchair, Asanate, Tlabakanye against the Barbarians. It worked pretty well, and it definitely seems, if you've been to training and you watch some of our training footage, those two definitely seem to have a very good working relationship. So that could very well be a combination that we might see quite often in the near future. Cobus Wiese will get an opportunity to potentially play with his brothers. He is on debut, and I'm probably the player I'm almost the most excited for, because I think at the moment we know our sort of 4 locks are all starting to get to the last stages of their career. And we've yet to have anyone really, maybe Roanoke here has put his hand a couple of times, but it took him a while to get used to it. But nobody's really sort of thrown their hat into the mix and said, I am one of the next generation of our locks, and I'm good enough to sort of, move the Fab Four, so to speak, on. And you've then got Kobus Wiese, who I think could be one of those types of players. Then we've got Kobus Ranach. Sorry, actually, let's talk about Evan Roos. Evan Roos, an opportunity, number 20 jersey, can cover 6 and cover 8 as well. So he's an opportunity to try and stake a claim. And then you've got Kobus Ranach, Sasha Famigomazulu, and Ethan Hooker. So Ranach and Oxen Cheer, your experienced players on the bench. But I mean, Kobus Ranach, the most experienced those two got 80 caps of the 98 on the bench. So just 18 caps between Jandrek Wessels, Asnat Klabakanya, Kobus Wiese, Sasha Famigomazulu, and Ethan Hooker, because you've only got Evan Ruhr, Sasha, and Jan Hendrik who are actually capped on the bench. So Sasha covering sort of 15, 12, 10 as well there, so very important to this bench. And then you've got Ethan Hooker who can cover 13 as well as 12 and both wings. So you've got options across there, so it'll be the nice thing about this is that it gives the Box a lot of opportunities to, for example, rotate or sort of change sort of players as they kind of want to, because they've got different options in their different positions. Billy Leroux makes his 100th play. He will just be the 8th player in Springbok history to play 100 tests. He will follow the footsteps of Ewan Etzebeth, Victor Matfield, Tindam Tawira, John Smith, Jean de Villiers, Percy Montgomery, and Brian Habana. Just the 4th backline player to make 100 appearances. And what's quite a cool full circle moment is he made his debut against Italy back in 2013. 12 years later, he'll play against Italy for his 100th test. Marcus Pimpy nearing that 50 test mark, by the way. 47 tests to his name. In terms of some of the total caps in the starting lineup is 493. We had over 1,200 last week. Of those, 230 in the back line, 280 amongst the forwards, 98 caps in on the bench. The average caps per player in the back line is 30. In the forwards, 35. The average caps per player on the bench is 12. 3 uncapped players is going to do that to you. What do we think? Very, very interesting. Very bold calls. And now I've got an opportunity to really sort of get stuck into some of the comments that everybody's sort of been throwing in here. So I wanted to give you guys some minutes to sort of digest the side and start to put together your thoughts on it. And now we can start to pick apart and maybe talk about why some of these decisions have actually been made. And also, by the way, if you're a Bulls fan, as I'm busy looking over here, more and more press releases coming out today about all the different Bulls signings. So at the moment, I've got just 72% people saying they are happy with the team. Very, very low in comparison. Usually we sit at about 90-95%. So let's go through some of the comments. As Yanu Brand saying, big changes. AJS said, so good to see Edville. Zach saying, so happy for Kobus. SVG reckons he loves this team. Oliver says, these guys will be more hungry. Albert van Lingen saying, I'm happy with all the rotation. Hooker getting a chance. This team will be challenged to do better than the other team last week. Tyreek saying, can't complain about the squad. I'm just a bit concerned about Salman Murat because he hasn't had the best performance in the green and gold. He will definitely be a very topical player. And you'll have to face the media on Friday and get those sort of questions from him. Spice says, if Villiers has one of his notoriously crappy games, do we see Sasha or Ethan at full back? You'll see Sasha at full back. If anybody, you won't see Ethan Hooker at full back. They see him more as a outside center than anything else. Humid Exotic saying, Murat has a massive point to prove. Lots of people talking about Ethan Hooker. Hunter Buke saying, these 4 props are pure beats. Yeah, look, some big, big boys are coming on in those jerseys. Christian says, Rusty clearly sending a message to the squad with this team. Brandon saying he digs it. Roz Wentworth not quite sure what to say. Littler reckons explosive energy all right. Johnny Pillay said, Stevie, it looks like a team set for quick breakdown ball. Hopefully dominate the breakdown and feed the backs. Matt van Rensburg was saying, great squad. Rate these guys are going to put super hungry. Are going to be super hungry and get stuck in. And Lister Faye says Thomas Tatoy and Vilko is crazy. And then you've got Oxen Asnat to come on. So as somebody said earlier, goodness me, that is 2 very, very large props combinations. Not just one set, but 2 very big props. So asking the question, are you happy with the team? 195 votes. now let's sort of start picking it apart. Sorry. So where am I most excited about this team? Probably the front rows, genuinely, because these are 2 front rows that goes to the next World Cup. Let's sort of start there, really. You know, Trevor Nyakani currently injured. You know, Francois Herbert currently injured. Bongi Manambi is the oldest of our 3 hookers. And who am I missing here? Vincent Koch, also one of the older props. So this is 6 forwards, the 2 front rows that all get to the next World Cup. That should all be very much in the squad. And I think this is our next generation, really, of our front rows. Yes, you know, Vincent Koch's probably not going to be discarded yet. Bongi Manami not quite yet. But I do think that we're very close to sort of seeing what our next sort of gen front row looks like. That excites me. I'm maybe slightly disappointed that they've kind of gone Jan-Hendrik Wessels. I would love to have seen Marnus van der Merwe. I'm a big Marnus van der Merwe fan. I have no doubt we'll see him against Georgia, but I would like to have seen him in and amongst those that front row. But interesting to see how Jan-Hendrik Wessels is getting a chance at hooker, because they've never really used him as a hooker. They've always said he can kind of cover that. They saw him more as a loose head. The Bulls saw him more as a hooker. And now you're sort of seeing him being used as both for the Boks. And that's a big moment for him. You know, they talk about these hybrid players, these versatile players. And he's very much one of them. So for me, that's probably the most exciting part, is that we've always famously had the best scrum in the world and the most powerful scrum. And now we're seeing the next generation of that. And not to say that these guys are young. I mean, the starting front row, Wilco Low, Thomas Toy, Malcolm Marx. Yes, if you look at the caps, for example, you know, about a combined 100 caps between the 3. Malcolm Marx was 77. Wilco Low's got 17 caps, but Wilco Low was the best tight head in the URC. Thomas Toy's got 23 caps. Very interesting that he's playing loose head, because he's at tight head the entire season, but he was in the Premiership Dream Team. So we've got the best tight head in the URC, one of the best props in the Premiership, and probably the best hooker in the world in Malcolm Marx. And those 3 could all start at the next World Cup. You then got an Oxen Chair, one of the best loose heads in World Rugby last year, next to Jan-Hendrik Wessels and Asenate and Tlabakanye, 2 very promising young players. And I mean, Jan-Hendrik Wessels 4 caps, Asenate on debut, but they're looking at him as someone who they want to be involved long term. They really do rate him. And if we then sort of go, the locks also very interesting, very much next generation. We're talking about Salman Murad's got 10 caps to his name. Ruan Okier's got 6 caps. Kobus Visa on debut. I think that this is a bit of a shootout, in all honesty. Which of you guys are going to be able to put pressure? If we have to cut the squad down, we've already got 4 locks. We usually go with 5 to a World Cup. Which of you 3 is the next one to come in? Right now, Ruan Okier, then probably Salman Murad, then probably Kobus Visa, simply because Kobus Visa hasn't yet played for the Boks. However, I think he can actually get ahead of even Ruan Okier. I think Kobus Visa, for me, is probably the most exciting of these 3 players as a prospect. I think that he's got the physicality. I mean, I think Ruan Okier is a phenomenal player. I think he will play many games for the Boks, very much in the Franco Mostert type of mold. Kobus Visa, Jasper Visa's brother, brings that sort of physicality. You know, 1.97, about 120 odd kgs. Packs a punch. He really does pack a punch. Loose cheer, as somebody mentioned, it's a quick loose cheer. And with Malcolm Marx as well, even if Ruan Okier is nice and mobile, hopefully we're going to get clean ball. We've got to make sure our breakdown work is significantly better than what it was last weekend, because it wasn't good enough last weekend. And the big thing is, with this team that we've got, quick breakdown, and then you've got Grant Williams and Miley Bok. Let them cook. Let them cook. And you're going to have the wrecking ball that has Andre Esterhuizen, but then so much ball-playing ability with a Caden Moody, a Willie LaRue, Edel van der Merwe. You've got the finishing of Makazolo Mapimpi. So it's a good backline that we could potentially release. For me, I think that I'm really looking forward to seeing what Marlon Liebach does. I think he got a bit of a shootout here between him and Sasha, because, I don't think Andre Pollard had his best game last week. It happens. But these 2 now, after a game like that, they've got to try and go and say, listen, this is actually an opportunity for me. And that's nothing against Pollard. And it's the same for a lot of these players. The locks, for example, last weekend, I don't think any of us are really going, Franco Mostert or Arcus Neyman or even had like a really special game. You know, I don't think any of them had particularly notable performances, especially to their usual standards. And that means you now got 3 new locks who can say, well, if I can get a bit of a long-lasting impression, if I can go put my hand up, then that just puts me in the mind of the Bok coaches. Loose trio, not so much. Far more settled. Marco Verstappen, 26 caps, but he's been in a World Cup squad. He's a World Cup winner. Peter Toys got 86 caps. Aspervis got 35 caps. These 3 players are very established. Very, very established. In fact, it's pretty much, you know, within your top 6 best loose forwards. I mean, it's our usual loose trio, but Marco Verstappen in for Sia Khaleesi, which is always the case when Khaleesi is injured and Khaleesi is injured. So it's a very settled loose trio. The back line, far less so. You got Marcus Pimp with 46 caps, Villiers with 99 caps, but apart from that, the most experienced player is Andre Esterhuizen with 19 caps. So not that much experience in the backline, and some genuine young players. Caden Moody still very, very young, not only in his career but as a person as well. And then coming off the bench, Ethan Hooker, very young. Sash Faimagomazulu, very young. So we're definitely seeing a bit of a mix of experience with some very young players. I mean, Kubas Reinhardt, for example, lots of experience, and he's going to come on with Sasha and Ethan. You've got an Oxen Shea who's going to bring on the experience when he comes on with Jan Hendrik and Asanati. Evan Ruiz, Kubas Visa, not as much experience, but the loose forwards themselves are quite experienced. Kubas Visa probably far more lacking that experience next to him. However, he can very likely to come on to Fasal Muruat and lock next to Arua Nokia, who he's played with as well. So small things to think about in and amongst this side, that we've got people who kind of understand how they work, and that part is also very exciting itself. I mean, Kuros Reinach and Sasha, for example, that's going to be a 9-10 combination of the Stormers next season. So it'd be quite cool from a Stormers fan point of view to see what that looks like, you know, and it's the first opportunity to really get to understand what it might look like and whether it's going to work or not. And with the fact that you're doing it for the Springboks, well, how exciting that is that from a Stormers point of view. Some of the other comments over here, Magnus Michael saying, exciting new team, fascinating rotation, trust it'll work out across the season, reckon they're going to perform on Saturday. It's a good mix of experience, attack, speed, power, and hunger to prove themselves. CP Nunes saying, you'll never know unless you try. This is the way to get players exposure and experience, 100%. Johnny Pilla saying, I'm glad Evan Ruiz gets a chance. Some of the other comments, John Anderson, sad Vincent Tuka isn't even on the bench. I think we'll probably see him again next week against Georgia, but I do think that he's very much one of the few players in the last few weeks that's put up his hand to be involved in a longer term. Christian says, special that Visa will be making his debut with his brother in the team. Yeah, how cool. Oh, hopefully. That we don't just see them run past each other when they kind of make those subs. It would be nice if they can get onto the park at the same time. I don't think they've ever actually played professionally together, because Jasper Visa went sort of Cheetahs, went overseas, was at Leicester Tigers. Kuba Visa came back from Sale Sharks before then. He actually started at Stormers. So I don't think they've actually ever played together professionally. I stand to be corrected, but my understanding of Jasper Visa, I don't think he's ever played with his brother. I mean, he literally came through Varsity Cup, Cheetahs, then went overseas, now he's in Japan. So could be the first time ever we're going to see these two playing together. So that should be really cool as well. And BJH says, if Murat doesn't perform here, Rassi may need to call the experiment over. HJH says, isn't both Pollard and Mani too old? Not at all. Andre Pollard, I think, is 31, I want to say, and Mani Leibach's actually younger than him. Yeah, Pollard is indeed 31, turned 31 this year. And Mani Leibach, I want to say, is 30 on the dot. I lie. He's actually turning 28 next week. So flower halves, because whenever I've been doing this sort of comparison, looking at the ages, I've always said flower halves are actually our best position with regards to our current ages, because Leibach's 27, turning 28, which actually just reminds you that he was 24 years old when he went at the World Cup a few years ago. So a very young player. You've then got, he has been around a while, which is probably why people think he's a bit older. Sash is obviously very young. Jordan Hendricks, another option, very young. So Flowers we're not worried about from an age profile point of view. It's just about finding who we want in the side itself. Matt says, great to see Grant, but pairing him with Mani, we want Grant and Sasha. I think that they'll play very well together, actually. Bruce says, very happy for Hooker. Class act for the future. I just can't get my head over Murat. Would even play Marvin Uri over him. I hope he proves me wrong. Fun fact about Marvin Uri, by the way, he is going to be playing at the Bulls next season. They announced that today. So interesting to see how that goes. I think it's a very good signing. Agent says, our locks played like they didn't have squad competition. The lineups were scrappy too. Sasha can replace Escom and Andre. Can move to flank again. Not so Sasha's going to flank. Interesting concept. Double says, watch these Oaks smash Italy and put pressure on last week's team. Victor says, first game Kwaka isn't there. He is a legendary player. Transformational Edge says, I wonder if Moody will go fullback with Hooker at center. No, I think we'll see. If anyone goes fullback, it'll be Sasha. Gershwin saying, the young blood in the team will bring lots of energy and will try to cement a spot. And Brent saying, what does Rassi see in Murat? Look, to be fair, they've always rated him. Yeah, I understand the main thing what people are worried about. He hasn't really impressed from a Springbok point of view. He's definitely had times, and I even think during the season we had a couple of games where I kind of went, oh, there's the Murat we thought we'd get. There's the Solomon Murat we saw at junior level where he was good enough and he was very impressive at junior. Seen that yet for the Springboks, and I must admit I'm not entirely sure out of him. You know, I think that he's struggling at the moment to sort of make his mark. We play in the side. Why not give the captaincy to Peter Steff the toy and take the pressure away from Solomon Murat, who can go out and just play his game, just go out and try and be the best Solomon Murat he can be, and try and convince people and show people that he is ready to play at this level and that, you know, he deserves to be there. So, you know, he's always been a leader. You know, he's captain at schoolboy, at SS schools, under 20, Stormers, Springboks. So he's always, I mean, I think it's probably one of his biggest traits is his leadership ability, and very quiet type of player. But I think he's one of those players who just sort of has that kind of energy. You know, you get very natural leaders, and people kind of just gravitate towards them. So I think he's got that from a leadership point of view. Nobody's ever really doubted that part of him. Everyone sort of doubted the playing side. You know, can he do what we need him to do in the number 4 jersey? We don't really have an enforcer, so, you know, he's not really shown that enforcer side of him, and that's kind of what the expectation is in number 4. That's why I mentioned to see how Kuba's visa goes, because I think he has far more sort of physical traits, and the way he plays the game is a bit more physical and a bit more imposing. But let's see. Jake says you would have stuck with Archie or Etzebeth instead of Murat. You would have said Kurtley Arnster and Ches and Colby will be missed at wings. The rest is all good. I'm very excited to see Edel van der Merwe. I mean, we're very similar type of player to those two. Deceptively physical, very, very quick, very good skill set as well. He's going to be a massive loss to the Lions next season and a huge asset to the Sharks if they get him playing well. Tian van den Berg says, Moody at 13. Hope he proves me wrong, but I'm not filled with confidence. I'm not a massive fan of him at 13 also, must admit. Michael says, Murat has been captain for under 20 and Stormers for a while. Probably more relations, which was lacking last week, rather than team leading. Interesting point. Adrian says, no, Sasha moves to 12 and Andre to flank. Okay, I'm with you. We could just have then Andre replacing Marco van Staden. But yes, Jean-Andres says, absolutely stoked to see Edel van der Merwe getting the nod for the Italy match. His electrifying pace and game-changing flair are exactly what the Boks need to light up the pitch. There we go. 100%. Yeah, so Sia Khaleesi is being managed at this stage. They said it is a niggle, so nothing to panic about, but they are managing him. They don't want to push him up. And my gut says, I think if it was a big game like New Zealand or the likes, then they might push him. But there's no real need, I think. So I think they'll just give him an extra time. We'll probably see him against Australia. Would be my guess. Khotso says, exciting team. Looking forward to the Grant and Marnie combination. Malware says, Moody was playing like a Bok 13 for the Bulls this season. He was a unit in defense. I must admit to be in disagreement. I don't think he was phenomenal at 13. Just my thoughts. And I think he got moved out of 13 for good reason. He's played at 13 for the Boks before, but I mean at the Bulls, literally, I think he started at 13 and he was moved away from there within 2 months and pushed back to the wing this year. And I think it's because he struggled a bit at 13. Long term, he sees himself as a 13. He wants to play at 13. He's got the trace to be a 13. And by the way, Rusty Russ was saying that whilst this is a 5-3 split with Andre Esterhuizen, it can very well be a 6-2, given the fact that, as somebody mentioned, Andre could go to flank if you then put on the right side players. So I don't know if we'll necessarily see that, but there is an option for that. I think the nice thing, I suppose, it gives you the option on the day itself. You can kind of look at what we need and feel that if we want to move Andre Esterhuizen to flank, keep him on the park, and an overload that sort of sense, especially in the carrying, we can do that. Werner says, excellent mix of experience. Quad rotation is the Springbok competitive advantage. And Alan Dutoy says, very happy to see Edward van der Merwe. Big things coming 2027 World Cup. And TL earlier saying, desperately want Murat to prove the dial is wrong, but I question the PR of banging on about how competent he is as a captain when he's not even consistently in the team. Reynolds saying, would be nice to see Edward and Arendse in a 100-meter dash. Wonder who would win. I think I'd love to see all our wings. And Thor Kubas, Reinach and Grant Williams in the mix. Grant Williams, for me, surely is in front after 10. I'm not sure who's in front after 100. Kubas Reinach is also absolutely rapid. Plenty of pace in this side, across it, actually. Rice says Moody is an outside back. I think I'd prefer to see him stay on the wing at the moment. I'm going to close that vote, by the way. Well over 400 votes and about 75% of people saying that they're happy with the team. So it is lower than usual. To be fair, you probably find people are happy with about 90% of the team, and there's maybe one or two selections that they're not. And then for overall, you're thinking, I would make a few changes. We're never always going to be 100% happy. I like it in terms of, I like the fact that we have rotated. I don't think we've got that many opportunities to rotate this year. And
welcome one, welcome all. It is the world champion Springboks taking on Italy in Gqeberha today. And boy, are we in for a good game. Last week, of course, we saw the Italians putting on quite a strong performance, a lot better than everybody suspected. Boks are chasing redemption after quite a shaky second half in Pretoria, and their heads are in the game with the renewed confidence of the Italians coming to take the Springboks on in PE. And, well, significantly to note that Italy stunned the Springboks in the second half of that first test, rallying from 28 points to 3 down to finishing the game 42 points to 24, prompting the Springboks coach Rassie Erasmus to reconsider selection and tactics. And well, folks, ladies and gents, like I said, we are in for an absolute humdinger today. I think last week everybody thought that the Boks were seriously just going to run away with it, especially after that first half. I mean, me personally, I thought the Boks were going to put 60, perhaps 70 on the Italians, but perhaps that was a bit disrespectful to the Azzurri. We've seen how well they've come forward in the past couple years. The Six Nations, not getting that wooden spoon is a big step in the right direction. Great results versus France and Scotland. Italy really are becoming a much better team, and we saw that particularly in the second half last week. They bounced back in that first test, narrowed a 25-point deficit, showing great grit, great control. They made 120 tackles in the first half, which I think really rattled the Springboks, and it set up a platform for their sensational comeback in the second half. And in fact, they won that second half. Had they gone into half-time being the second half in the first half, Italy would have actually been ahead. And, for Italy, more of that same grit is going to be required in this game. Their coach, Quesada, will hope that their chargers gain some great confidence from their final 40, and after lacking a bit of belief in the first half. But look, if they can play the same way they did in that second half, it'll certainly going to be a very interesting game of rugby. I'm sure that Quesada has given his chargers a good message there. It's a youthful outfit. Just tell them, go out there, be brave, implement what you've done in training, and just repeat that second half throughout the game. And who knows, perhaps an incredibly historic result is within their grasp if they can successfully do so. Well, folks, ladies and gents, it's good to have you here with us today. Drop in the chat, where are you watching from? Are you from Joburg? Are you from Cape Town? Are you out of the country? Drop your country, drop your town, drop your city, share the link. Let's get everybody watching. Let's see how far the Bok family stretches today. It's good to see that people are flooding into the chat. I see Yvonne, you're watching from South Africa. Johan, do members that join the channel get access to the live game? You do get access to the stream that we are watching here. And however, if you are a member, you do get access to book exclusive content. You do get access to some pretty cool memes and some emojis that you can drop in the chat. And Forever Sports is dropping tickets to book games. Guys, we know that the tickets are quite expensive. If you're a Bok fan, even if you're not a Bok fan, it's good rugby. You want to watch the Boks live, become a member, get access to exclusive content, stand a chance to win some tickets to the Bok games. And also, let's get that subscribership up. We're on the road to 90,000 subscribers. And each and every single one of you counts. Hit that subscribe button to join the Forever Sports family. Also, if there's any Azzurri fans here in the house, let us know. Tell us where you're watching from. We want to see you guys from Milan, through Europe. Anybody watching from anywhere, let us know. Kumani, you're watching from Cape Town. Let's go. Oh, JP, I see you're back. Dropping that Eben Etzebeth meme. I love to see it. Yeah, Abel, Nyaniso, let's see. Go Boko. We've been fantastic. Let's show them before. Why not now? Of course. Let's keep going here. The Boks, I think the Boks are obviously going to win this game. I'm a Bok fan myself. They are a fantastic team. Despite Italy putting on a really good show last week, I think the Boks really would have woken up, despite the fact that there's been 11 changes to the starting 15 today. Showing a bit of youth, of course. Russi was, I'm sure you've all seen the chats that he had after last week in the press. He really wasn't happy with that second half performance. But the youthful outfit today, they're really going to want to show what they are about against a revitalized Italian team. Let's have a look now at the different teams playing today. Like I said, there's 11 changes to the Boks. There's 5 changes to the Italians. First of all, we're going to have a look at the Italian team. Let's see what they got. Yeah, so Italy really have been building something quite special under their new coaching ticket. They're quite a dangerous side, as we saw last week in the second half. And formidable side, really. I just want to know, all of you guys, what are you drinking to calm the nerves or to fuel the excitement? Myself, I've got a Windhoek draft here, lekker beer. Cheers to all of you out there having a beer on a Friday. What am I saying? It's a Saturday. On a Saturday afternoon, watching the Bok game. 5 on a Saturday. It's actually, it's a magical number. That just 5 o'clock. The Bokke are playing. It's a Saturday afternoon. I know right now there's about 700,000 braais happening across the country. And, not even across the country, across the world. I just saw in the comments now, there's someone watching from Poland. Oh, it's beautiful. I love that there's a good reach in the Forever Sports family. And yeah, please keep putting in the chat where you're watching from. There's someone watching from Jamina in Chad supporting the Boks. You see, this is what we love to see. Growing the game, growing the Forever Sports family, all the way in Chad. Fantastic. Anyway, that Italian team, looking good, looking strong. I'm sure that they're going to bring the physicality just like they did last week. But now let's look at the other team that's playing this game. The world champions. World champions for 2,078 days as of today. Isn't that just phenomenal? Oh, just gives me goosebumps thinking about it. And playing on home soil in Gqeberha, the expectation is absolutely massive. It's been a long time since the Boks or, any professional rugby has been played there in Gqebs. So, let's just see what the Springboks have in store for us today. Yo, that is an exciting team. Oh my goodness. I don't know if you guys are excited as I am to watch that Springbok team absolutely cook today. It's a comment on the depth that we have in South African rugby. That is an absolutely wonderful thing. Just the amount of young players that we have looking towards the 2027 World Cup, of course. I mean, World Cup's only 4 years apart, but like it seems like they come really, really quickly. And the amount of depth that we have that Russie's looking at, and you know, no disrespect to Italy, but this is a type of team where you can make 11 changes to your starting 15, as we have done today, and probably still be by far the better team. Looking at the Springbok team that we've just put on the screen now, there's 3 debutants. Asenati and Klabakanye, the absolute beast from the Lions. Large man. He was at Camp Dawn for a couple of weeks. Dropped, I think it was, 18 or 20 kilograms or something like that, which is insane. Large man. We got Kobus Visser starting as well. Also a big man, and playing for the first time in the Boks with his brother Jasper. That's going to be an interesting link-up. And we've got Ethan Hooker from the Sharks starting as well, wearing jersey number 23 today. Very, very exciting player. He's quite a dynamic back. You can put him on the wing, you can put him at fullback, you can put him at center. He will play wherever, and he is electric. And quite personally, I am very excited to see him. But who are the players that we need to keep an eye on for the Boks today? At the top of my list, it's the elder statesman. It's Willie Leroux. He is playing his 100th cap for the Springboks. And you know what, Willie? I'm going to have a drink to that. Phenomenal, actually. 100 caps for the Springboks. He's only the 8th man to do that ever. Don't mistake me. He's not the 8th man. He's playing fullback. But he's the 8th ever man to play 100 caps for the Springboks. He brings experience under pressure. I mean, with the reshuffled backline and a few debutants in the mix, it's important to have Willie's composure and leadership at the back. And it's crucial that he's going to bring that leadership, bring that experience. You know, just if the lighties are getting a bit nervous, he can calm them down. I don't think he's going to play the full 80. Of course, with the exciting backline players that we do have on the bench today, I do think he will be coming off. I mean, we could be seeing Sasha coming in at 15 to replace him, but Sasha could also play quite versatile in the center at number 10 when Mani Libok, you know, inevitably has his brilliant game. Or he might not have such a great game and get subbed off. Let me know what you guys think in the chats. Mani Libok, how good will he be today? I know there's a lot of chat about him and his ability with the ball, kicking and kicking for poles particularly. But the thing about Libok, also one of the players to watch today, he has unpredictability and this insane creative flair. He brings this attacking creativity with his chips, his grubbers, his balls through, his wide passes that can unlock any defense on his day. Personally, I don't like listening to any negative chats about Mani. He's one of my favorite players. I think he's absolutely brilliant. And he's going to be paired with Grant Williams, starting at number 9. It's a developing combination we have there at 9 and 10. Grant's partnership with Mani, it's fairly new. It's still growing. But I think it's a good step towards, you know, a possible good combination we could have looking towards 2027. You know, a good option to have, given that other options we got there with Kobus Reinach, we got Faf de Klerk. Of course, we got Sasha himself who could be starting at 10. Again, this is just a comment on how deep the Springbok rugby is right now and how many insanely good players that we have. I'm excited personally to see Grant starting together with Mani at 10. I think it's fantastic that they'll be together, and let's see how they go. Please leave your comments in the chats as to how you think these guys are going to be playing today. Again, let's have a look at the chats. Remember, what are you guys drinking? Let's have a little beverage check-in. Are you on the brandies? Are you on the beers? I see we have a comment there from Robin saying she's on the tea. Wow, fantastic. You know, each to their own. It is a Saturday. If you want to enjoy the Boks, having a bit of tea, that's fine. Having a bit of branas. I see we've got people watching from all the way in Phuket, Thailand, from Jamina in Chad. We've got someone from Sicily, Italy, who is watching the Boks today. I hope you're supporting the Springboks. Try to stay safe there in Italy when doing so, especially after the Boks win today. And Yeah, thank you to our newest member, Springbok fan. You too can become a member. Sign up, become a member, get all of your exclusive book content. Remember, there's book ticket giveaways, there's access to fantastic things if you are a member of Forever Sports. So please, don't just subscribe, become a member as well. Other players I think we need to look out for the box today. We've got Peter Steph du Toit coming back. And oh my goodness, he's World Rugby Player of the Year for a reason. I don't think much more needs to be said. Jasper Wiese, of course, at number 8. His battle at the breakdown is going to be quite important today. Noting that Italy troubled the books last week, particularly in the second half at the breakdown, Wiese needs to just bring a bit of controlled aggression to neutralize any threats that Italy could possibly be bringing to that breakdown. And let's harken back to the Italy team. Didn't get a chance to speak about them because I was just so excited to talk about our brilliant boys there in the book shirts. So Italy made 5 changes to their starting 15. And I think a really, really exciting change they've made today is Mirko Biloni at fullback. He is making his test match debut. He's recently signed for Zebre Parma in the URC. Hasn't played there before, was recently or before in the Italian second division. And first test debut, he's going to bring some fresh legs. Of course, he's going to be nervous, but let's see how he settles in. Other players to watch, we've got Ross Vincent, who's a South African-born man, moving from flank to 8th man for this game. And of course, Sebastian Negri coming in. He missed the first test due to injury, which was deeply unfortunate. I love watching Negri. He's a fantastic player. He's very physical, big guy. Interesting fact about Negri is that he was born in Zimbabwe and spent a lot of his childhood in South Africa. So it's a bit of a special test for him, almost, coming home per se. But yeah, Negri, he's got quite a good connection to South Africa, and it will be quite exciting to watch him playing for the Italians in Gqeberha. Negri, he's a good fetcher. He's a captain there in the forwards. Also, don't forget to keep an eye on Alessandro Garbisi at 9. His service influences Italy's tempo, and I think last week we saw just how important he was at the breakdown and how his energy brought Italy well back into the game in that second half. Something to note as well on the box side is that we've got Salman Murat at captain today. Springbok captain number 66, the first Muslim captain ever for the Springboks. He is quite new to captaincy. He had his first game as captain against Portugal, I think it was, last year. And he had a couple games against Australia and Argentina in the Rugby Championship. I think Rassie clearly sees him as a potential leadership figure for the team. Naturally, the squad depth for the Boks is so deep, particularly at that lock position, that he struggles to, lock down a lock position in the starting lineup. But his leadership is clear. It's clear that Rassie enjoys him as a leader. And I think it's particularly in games that are more lower profile, with no disrespect intended to Italy. But like I said earlier, this is a type of game where you can try new things, you can put newer players into the fray, see how they play, and generally the team is still going to win. And Murat fits that particular leadership figure in these games very well. A fantastic player as well. And I'm very keen to see how his captaincy will fare against the likes of Jesse Creel as a backline player last week. And of course, our statesman, Sia Kulisi, who of course is not playing today. He is injured. But Murat, great leader, great player. I back him all the way. Let's see how he does. Now, Rassie earlier this week, he was talking about that he made a mistake with Willie Leroux starting, but he's praised his new selection. I thought that was quite interesting that he almost tore down Willie in the press, but he's given him his 100th cap and he's starting him. But I think it might have galvanized Willie a bit. Given his experience, a little bit of chat against him saying that he's didn't have a great game, and naturally, with him playing his 100th cap, it's just a fantastic moment for him. And I think it would have been harsh for Rassie to take that away from him, especially if he was coming, off the bench to play his 100th cap. But Willie Leroux is Willie Leroux. He's a brilliant player. He might not have had the best game last week, but you know what? It's fantastic to see him play. Now, Rassie as well, he called the Pretoria game a very frustrating game, especially with the stop-start second half. Now, I agree with him. That second half was an incredibly frustrating watch. And I think it just goes to show just how spoiled we are as Bok fans. The fact that we can win a game 24 points, 42 points to 24. And it's just a bit wild that we're unhappy with that. I mean, I don't think people have really accepted that Italy are no longer the whipping boys they used to be. They have come strides from the team they used to be, and they are quite a decent team these days. Like I spoke about earlier, in the Six Nations, they really did put up some strong fights, and we saw it again in the second half last week that they put up some good fights, and it was it's actually fantastic to see as a rugby fan. Like, rugby fans enjoy watching Italy and love watching Italy win when they're not playing against their team. I mean, personally, when Italy play in the Six Nations or in the World Cup against anyone that's not South Africa, I cheer them on. I want them to win. So it's a good Italy is good for World Rugby. But of course, compared to last week, the Boks do need to be a bit more durable for a full 80 minutes, as Rassie spoke about last week. And Rassie himself confirmed that during the previous week, there's been some rigorous high-intensity training sessions to counter Italy's physical game. Because let's be real, Italy's game last week, they were up for it. They were physical. And I don't think anyone really expected Italy to be as physical as they were last week. And the boys have definitely made preparations during training this week to counter that. The breakdown battle, especially, was huge. Italy disrupted aggressively last week, and this week the Boks need to look at winning the collisions. Breakdown is where momentum is either gained or it's lost. And Italy did really, really well to slow the Bok ball down significantly in the second half. Whereas, South Africa, they're typically dominant at the breakdown and at ruck time, but in Pretoria, we kind of lost a bit of structure and allowed Italy to counter-attack quite effectively. And in the second test, Rassie has clearly responded with some selection changes to see how we can counter that. I've spoken about it already, but it's worth mentioning again. It's a test of depth. There's 11 changes to a new-look Springbok lineup today. Let's see how the new boys can do. Can they outperform the team from last week, and can they maintain the intensity? Again, everybody, let's see where you're watching from. It's good to have you all with us today. And what are you drinking? Beverage check-in. Lovely to see you guys all. Let's keep bringing those comments in. What are your predictions as well? Please drop them in the comments. I'd love to see what you guys say is going to be the result today. Personally, I'm going for Boks to come back a lot better than they did last week. I think we're going to put 50 plus on the Italians today. Give Italy a solid, 20 points. I think we'll win about, 52, 53, 20. Let me know what you guys think. It is, someone's just commented there. Ali, what are your predictions personally? Like I've just said, 53-20 to the Boks is what I'm calling. So let's see what you guys have to say. Boks are going to win quite comfortably, in my opinion. I think that an exciting Italian team has been named, but the Springboks themselves are going to bounce back well from last week. And I think that, it's going to be an easier win. So, ladies and gents, please drop those predictions in. Let's see what you have to say. And it looks like the players are soon about to come onto the field for the national anthems. Everybody is in the crowd having a lovely time. It's a whale of a time there in Gqeberha. It has been a long time since there's been live rugby, specifically from the Springboks, in that city. It's a beautiful stadium. I've watched rugby there before myself. I used to be at university there in the Eastern Cape, and every time there was a game there in PE, I would go and watch. It's a lovely stadium. It became a bit of a white elephant after, the Football World Cup in 2010. But, we've got a prediction in here from Lawrence saying 75-14 to the Boks. I Love that. You know what? That is confidence. That is absolute confidence, and I back it. And I think, you know what, might be a bit high, but love to see that. Malcolm, welcome. Watching from Durbanville in the Cape. Lovely to have you. Oh, we've got someone from Diego Suarez in Madagascar with us. Welcome, Simon. Thank you for joining us. And thank you, everybody. Don't forget to subscribe. We're chasing that 90,000 mark. We want you to become a member as well. A lot of exclusive content, some online competitions, book tickets to be given away. There's just, you know what? Sorry for the value. I put my hands up and I apologize. There's just so much value to becoming a member, and it is so well worth it. Donkey Pete in Phuket, Booker to win, lovely. Okay, we've got Charles Nightingale saying 25-17 to the books. Ooh, a bit of a close one. Charles obviously backing the Italians and their second half galvanized performance last week. He's thinking the Italians are not going to be such a pushover this week, like myself and Lawrence think. We've got Glenda, 56-21 in favor of the books. Come, guys, do we have any Italian fans watching here? Who's predicting Italy to win? Who's going to be that guy and say, you know what, I'm an Azzurri fan. I think Italy are going to win. I don't think we're going to have anyone saying that personally, but let's see. If you're out there, let me know. Who do you think is going to win this game? Is it going to be Italy? We've got someone saying 47 points to 18 in favor of Italy. Yeah, look, I don't know about that. Ball knowledge is not there, but it's all good. It's all good. We respect your opinion. Yeah. So, guys, keep putting your predictions in. The players are just about to run out onto the field. We've got the large 3 men that are running out. You know the guys I'm talking about. Those huge Xhosa men. I'm pretty sure that first guy that runs out could be a book himself. He is just, oh, you look at the man, it's just muscles on muscles. I think his biceps have biceps. Crazy. Yeah. Lovely to see the guys there in the Xhosa regalia. And the crowd in Gqeberha is absolutely hyped. Live rugby, brilliant to see. Derek Moran watching from Boston in the United States. Go Booker. Indeed. Robin Huntley predicting a 39-18 win for South Africa. Dion van der Schyff saying, watching from Tennessee, 54-17. Books will win. Lovely. Okay. You see, that's round about what I'm predicting as well, Tian. I think that, yeah, we're going to be putting more than 50 on them. And, you know, Italy, they've got an exciting backline, very strong forwards, physical. So they are going to score a few points. But the strength of the Books, particularly our bomb squad today, our unpredictable flair that we have in our backline, the brute strength we have in our forwards. Personally, I'm very excited to see Kobus Visa play. He is huge. He's given so much effort there in the URC this season. And I'm very excited to see him play alongside his brother today. Go Booker. Go for the win. We've got Sia Kolisi walking out in Gqeberha, holding the William Webb Ellis Trophy. Oh, it's a beautiful sight, ladies and gentlemen. 2,078 days ago in 2019 in Japan, we lifted that trophy. And to this day, we keep that trophy. It is ours, and it will be ours for at least another 2 years. And who's to say it won't be for another 4 years after that? I back the boys. I know you guys do as well. Sia Kolisi is actually just is a guy that can just be sold so easily. Like, I mean, he's not involved in this test, not involved in the series at all. He's injured, he's out, yet still, he will walk out donning the trophy, and all of South Africa just falls to its knees in praise and worship for the man. He is the head boy of South Africa. We all love him. He's a great man. And yeah, good to see him coming out. Okay, Italy now in the tunnel, looking very focused, coming out to sing their national anthem very soon. I quite like this Italy kit, actually. I was quite surprised to see that they weren't playing in their blue. You know, there's not much of a clash between our green and their blue home kit, but their white away kit, very, very cool. I do like the patterns on it. They look they look the part. Nicolo Canoni, the captain for Italy, giving his team some energy. There's some hugs out there. They really did put a good, strong foot forward last week, and they will be absolutely full of belief that they can do it again and maybe even go one step further and get a win for their team today. Oh, there's a lovely banner out there in the crowd saying, "Dankie, thank you, Nkosi Willie Leroux," as he comes out for his 100th test match. The 8th Springbok ever to do it. 100 test matches, ladies and gents. It is a magnificent achievement. Indeed, dankie Willie. Thank you, Willie. Nkosi Willie. You are a legend of the game, a legend of South African rugby. And it's just amazing that you can run out there and have your 100th Springbok cap today. And Willie is shortly going to be followed by the rest of the Springbok team. Very, very cool. As the 3 Xhosa men again are hyping up the crowd. Yo, that guy's big. Oh my goodness. I think if I were an Italian and I saw that guy run out, I would just be scared. I'd look for the next flight out back to Italy, honestly. Leanne Smith, I like your prediction. Bokke wen altyd. I agree with you. Roy Chetty saying 50 points to 20 in favor of the Springboks. Yeah, okay. The national anthems are about to be sung. Looks like kickoff's going to be a little bit later than 5:10. The hallowed hour of 5:10. Teams are lining up. And the national anthems are about to be sung. And let's switch over and listen to the team's national anthems. fantastic stuff there. Anthems being sung with a lot of pride, a couple tears being shed there. And before kickoff, let's just have one last look at the Springboks starting 15. Oh, and look at that team again. It's a beautiful team. I really love these changes that Russie's made. Fantastic stuff. The anthems have been sung. The players are raring to go in Quebec. The crowd is so up for it. Everyone is partying. Everyone is dancing. Sister Bettina is playing on the loudspeakers. Pretty much, South Africa's unofficial national anthem. Yeah, guys, right before kickoff here, don't forget to subscribe. Don't forget to become a member of Forever Sports. There's so much benefit to do so. So let's get it going. Let's get to 90,000 subscribers today. That's the goal. I think we can do it. Become a member. Let's dollar. Okay. Let's look again at the comments here. We've got African salad versus pizza. Okay, I like that. Springboks for the win, says Konzi. Yes, I appreciate that, but by how much? What's your scoreline prediction? Again, let us know where you're watching from. How far away from South Africa are you? Are you at home? Let us know. And let us know your score predictions and let us know what you're drinking. Thomas de Toy, the tank at Pro. Seeing him. And we've got ball off about to start. Something very interesting there. And as a Andre Esterhuizen just ran ahead of the kicker before Lebok kicked it off. Obviously, that is not a lawful start. And we're seeing a scrum for Italy, and this is just brilliant. This is so interesting. What the Boks are doing here. Italy get a scrum on the halfway line, or the Boks trying to show their power immediately and see what they can do on the scrum instead of a normal kickoff. Oh, but they don't manage to bind correctly, and it's a free kick to Italy. They take it quickly, running through the back line, and is tackled. They recycle the ball, and once again tackled into the Boks half. Now they go. A bit of crash ball from the Italians here. Before they managed to get a little grubber through, and he's kicked out on the full. Looks like it is going to be a line out to the Springboks from where that kick was taken because it was kicked out on the full. Italy have come to play, folks. They have definitely come to play. It's been an electric start from them. The Boks trying to do something very interesting at the start with that little scrum MacGyver there, but the Italians were up for it, got the Springboks to bind incorrectly and won the ball. The lineout's taken and won by South Africa, shuffled through to the back line. Grant Williams has it through to Mani Libbok. Edwil van der Merwe, yes, very, very cool. He has the ball, and the Boks have a penalty. Not rolling away are the Italians, and just inside the Boks half, we have a penalty. And Mani Libbok is going to kick for touch. Gets a solid boot on it. And we are in the Italians' 22. About, I'd say, 15 meters away from the try line. Line out to be taken in favor of the Boks. Yeah, Edwell just ate a little bit of a gap there. Clean as made, came for the Italians, but he was off his feet trying to grab the ball. And the lineout is taken, thrown all the way over the back, collected by Grant Williams. In the space is Jasper Visser. He takes it, runs through a gap, and we are 5 meters out from the try line. He's taken. Oh, Wilku low. Yo, this is amazing. He's so close. We are 1 meter out. A bit of crash ball there gets us a meter away, and it looks like the ball has been held up. I think the ref has called for the game to be stopped here for a second. We're having a look at what's happening. I think the ball was held up. Yes, it was, and it is a goal line dropout for Italy. But the ref has just called a little stop to play here at 3.5 minutes played. Having a chat to the Italians. They're just having a look here, possibly to see if the try was scored. The Boks certainly were over the try line there, where Jasper Visser just took a gap there and was brought down a meter from the try line. Wilku Low had a really good go, and the ref had judged it to be held up. However, it's possible that the ball was put down and the try was scored. I think they're just having a look. I see we've got a watcher from New Zealand, born in South Africa. Good to have you here supporting the Boks. We've got Liana watching from Germany. Thank you and welcome. Good to have you here, Liana. The ref has called no try. What we're coming back for, in fact, is a scrum. Just want to see who the scrum is for. Oh, we got a couple tennis fans in the crowd there. Game, set, try. I know it is Wimbledon at the moment. Someone with a poster saying, go Alcaraz, go Boca. Okay. Fantastic. We've got Carolyn Cook watching from the UK. Welcome. Lovely to have you. Kristen from Ireland. Fantastic. We've got a scrum for Italy on the 5 meter line. They got the Boks to bind early in the previous scrum. See what they can do now with the pressure on in their own 5 meter line. And the scrum is taken, set, called. The scrum has collapsed. The ref is going to call for a restart there. Yeah, I think the Boks were quite confident that they were going to have a dominant scrum. I mean, particularly given that little maneuver they did right at the beginning there. That was so interesting, folks. I've never seen anything like that before. With Andre Esterhuizen running in front of Manie Libbok and kicking it straight to him, purposefully making an illegal kickoff, and then giving Italy the scrum, presumably to get some scrum time dominance right at the start, but it didn't really work. We've got our scrum reset here, and Italy are going to put the ball in. And once again, Italy managed to have the better scrum and in fact have a penalty awarded to them. Springboks collapsing the scrum. I think it was Thomas du Toit binding a bit early, collapsing the scrum, and Italy, as a result, have a penalty. Oh, they've come to play today, folks. They indeed have come to play. Kristen, I see you're watching with your daughter, Chloe, and she says, hello. How's it, Chloe? Good to have you with us. Yeah, a bit of an early bind there and collapse from Thomas the Tank, causing Italy to have a penalty. The Boks were clearly looking for a bit of scrum dominance early on, but it's just not working. I mean, we've had 2 scrums and lost both of them. The lineout is taken. It's legal. Italy try to set them more, but the Boks drive them back, but they get it through to the back line, shuffling it through, but they have lost some meters there. Manie Libbok making the tackle. Oh, it's a bit of sloppy hands from Italy. It's knocked backwards and back through to Giacomo De Re into Willie Leroux's hands downfield. Willie collects it, tries to step, gets take. Oh, and he's knocked it on in the tackle. Managed to get the ball knocked out of his hands as he was being tackled, and it is knocked forward from the elder statesman in his 100th test match. Bit of sloppy rugby from Willie there. He tried to step the tackler, but the tackler got a hold of him, and in so doing, number 8, Ross Vincent, South African boy himself, managed to get the tackle in and knock the ball out of Willie's hands, forward out of Willie's hands, and it is a scrum to Italy inside the Boks half. We've had 6.5 minutes played. It is 0-0. I see Danielle watching from Italy saying no game on the TV there. Oh, that is just sad. Come now. Surely in Italy, I mean, Italy are playing. They should be showing the game. Okay, the scrum is taken and Italy get possession. Taking it blindside, Dare tries to pass it through to the left winger, who is Jacopo Trula, but passes it out. And it's going to be a Springbok line out in their own half. I think South Africa will be very happy with that scrum, given that Italy was so desperate to, get the ball out quickly. The Boks were driving the Italians back there. And while he was trying to make that pass, Grant Williams has made a case for the fact that the ball was in fact gone forward and knocked on. And as a result, the Boks have been awarded a scrum instead of the line out for it going out. The ref said, no, that's a knock on. Thank you very much. And the Boks will get a scrum and Grant Williams will put it in. Let's see if the Boks can now get that scrum dominance that they've been looking for. That last scrum was very good. And this time, the Boks are looking solid on that scrum. No penalty awarded, but we do get a bit of go-ahead. Libbok on the ball, passes to Edwil. Edwil van der Merwe eats a gap. He's going. He's got Mapimpi on the outside. There is no one in front of him. Mapimpi pops it into Grant Williams, who goes over the try line for the opening try for the Springboks. It's wonderful stuff. Electric backline play from the Buggers, and we have our first try after 8 minutes. 5-0 to the Bokke. Cheers to that. Grant Williams having his 5th international try. So we won that scrum. Great shuffling through the back line. Little pop ball in. Edwil van der Merwe saw a gap and took it. And he just passed it through to Mapimpi. Mapimpi was chasing. Got just taken down by the 5 meter line, but he had the mind to pop it up to Grant Williams right there, who could jog over the try line for the Springboks opening try. Oh, it's fantastic. What a great try from the Springboks. Edwil van der Merwe, I doff my cap to you. You created that. Mapimpi with a brilliant little pop pass to Grant Williams to just dot down one of the easiest tries he'll ever score. Lebok takes the kick and has narrowly missed it to the left. I can already see the comments are going to come through. Why is Lebok kicking? He can't kick. I'm not going to hear any of that chat. That try resulted from a very good pass from Lebok, who's put Edwil van der Merwe into that gap. So, guys, look, Lebok missed the kick. I get it. Weibo Bryson, that's a dop. Of course it is. Good to have you with us, Weebs. Yeah, guys, we're 5-0 up. 9 minutes have been played, just about to be 10. Giacomo Dare about to take the kickoff, which he does, puts it high. The Italians are going to try challenge, but no, Jasper Visser has it, takes it into contact, and he is actually taken back. The Italians are physical, guys. Yo, they really have come with a bit of physicality. We saw it throughout the game last week. They're here again with it this week. Andre Esterhuizen with a little dink through, but it is collected by Ross Vincent, who manages to keep possession. And does he? No, he's held on. Makazole Mapimpi. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant. Ross Vincent manages to catch the ball from Esterhuizen's chip through. Mapimpi's there in a flash. Make sure that Ross Vincent is holding on to the ball as he gets over. And we have a penalty. Mani Lebok looks for touch and he finds it just outside of our own 22. That was electric stuff from Makazole Mapimpi. He is so strong. And just the experience the man has. So many test matches, so many rugby games. He's scored so many tries, but he's not just an attacking player. As we can see there, look at what he's done. He's got to the breakdown first. He stood strong, has not collapsed off his feet, and he's won the Boks a penalty. Brilliant stuff, Makazole. The lineout is taken to Murat, picks it up through to the back line now, no more formed, and Jasper Visser takes it into contact. Williams skips Murat. Peter Steff to the back to Williams, who sees a gap, but he's taken down. Now, Esterhuizen playing at scrummy, very interesting. Volku low on the ball, taken into contact. The ruck is formed, and the Italian tackler not rolling away. The Springboks have another penalty. 12 minutes played, penalty for the Booker. It's in our 22. Very kickable penalty here for 3 points. Lebok's looking to the side, asking what he should do, speaks to his captain, and his captain has said, nope, go for the side. We're going to get a line out going, and we want to score a try. Definitely not going for 3 here. Going for the sideline. I wonder if the Boks are going to try form a maul here. The maul worked. It worked for the Italians quite well as well, to be fair. But now let's see what the Boks are going to do. Look, the backline play has been electric so far. It's been fantastic. So I wonder if they're just going to recycle and see if we can create some pressure from the maul, or just cycle through to the backline and see if we can get Edwil dotting down in the corner. But no, the maul is formed and the Boks are pushing, but the Italians are pushing back. Ref calls use it one time for one stop. The Springboks keep going. Oh, the maul has collapsed. Springboks have the ball. Grant Williams fakes. Oh, he ate a gap, faked the pass, tried to pop it through to Andre Esterhuizen on the inside, but Esterhuizen has knocked it on with nothing but try line in front of him. And unfortunately, it's a missed opportunity, but the maul was collapsed, as I said, and the Springboks had penalty advantage. So the Bokke have a penalty here. Lebok's going to kick for the touchline again, and we have a line out on the 5 meter. Welcome, Brandon Bergstrom. Thank you for becoming a forever fan. You are a member. And everyone else, guys, be like Brandon. Become a member. Sign up. There's so many perks for it. Exclusive content. Bok tech is to be given away. Memes, emojis. Guys, get involved. Line out taken. Get possession back. Marks has it, runs around the back. He's running We're about 2 meters out from the try line now. Williams looking to shuffle it. Okay. Marco van Staden gets the ball. Again, it looks like the Boks have penalty advantage. Yes, we do. Backline has it. Villy, long pass. Edwin van der Merwe looking for the corner, but he's brought down on the 5-meter line. The Italians steal the ball, but Boks do have penalty advantage. Villy was just knocked over there. It looked like there was maybe a little bit of a fight that was going to start, but no, everybody hugs it out. Gentleman's game, of course. Heta Yori watching from Bulgaria, welcome. Thank you very much for logging on. We've got Fabio Botaro saying final result 42-11. But to who, Fabio? To who? Oh, for South Africa, I see. Thank you. Thank you for your prediction. Appreciate that, Fabio. Ref just having a bit of a chat there to Nicolo Canolo, the captain for Italy, just warning them about repeated infringements. This is another penalty to South Africa. That's 3 penalties in the space of a few minutes. Tackler again, not rolling away, just lying on top of the ball. Grant Williams was unable to get it out quickly. He wanted to play quick ball, but couldn't as a tackler was not rolling away. And as a result, the Boks got penalty advantage, shuffled it through to Edwin van der Merwe on the wing, who was left alone and tackled, and the ball was stolen from him. But due to our penalty advantage, it doesn't matter. We got the penalty, and we are taking a scrum. Scrum being set up. Italy have been very good in the scrum so far today. 2 of them, of the 4 that have been taken. But the territory percentage is insane. South Africa with 79% territory here. Most of the game has been played. We do win the scrum. No penalty advantage, though. It's just a normal scrum win. Lebok with one of those brilliant floated passes to Edwin van der Merwe in the corner. Oh my goodness, that is brilliant. It looks like he is dotted down in the corner. The ref's going to have a look because it was very, very close to the edge there. But I think that is a brilliant try from Edwin. I spoke about it before the game, and I'm going to repeat it now. Manie Libbok is insane. He has unpredictable flair. He can unlock any defense with those wide passes. Guys, it doesn't matter that he misses a kick here or there. Let's just see the replay here. Van der Merwe, he's trying to be tackled out. Oh, the slow-mo is going very slow. Has he gone out? Has he put the ball down? Yes, he has. He's put the ball down in the corner just in the nick of time. That is a try. And Weibo, got to keep you happy. That's another drink for a try for South Africa. The TMO keeps looking at this just to make sure that his foot hasn't come out before, but there's nothing conclusive from that angle to show that the try shouldn't be awarded. They're showing a side-on angle now. I don't know why the TMO keeps looking at this, because, I mean, that first angle they showed was quite conclusive. He had put the ball down, no foot was out. It's certainly a try. Similar try, a bit of a flashback to the 2007 Rugby World Cup final, where there was such a contentious try scored by South Africa. Refs had some feedback. The try is good. Edwin van der Merwe in the corner in his second start for the Springboks. First time at home. And he puts it down. The new Shark signing. Sorry about that, Lions fans. I know he's a brilliant player. And you guys must be really sad that you've lost out on his services to the Sharks. Manie Libbok, very tough kick. From the right touchline. It's a very difficult kick, this. Let's see if he can get this over. He pings it. And he has missed it to the left. Had the distance, but just not the direction. And the Springboks lead 10 points to 0. And again, in the comments, I don't want to hear any chat about Libbok missing kicks. He is the reason that we scored that try with a brilliant lofted wide pass to Edwin. Puts it down. Weibo, there we go. But I'll match you with the brandy. Fantastic. Yeah, keep going. If we can keep scoring tries at this rate, you might have a few too many brandies there, Weebs. The kickoff is taken again. Salman Murad collects. And We are in South Africa's 22. Looks like Grant Williams is setting up for a pass back, and he does run. Nokia collects and is brought down in the 22 again. No meters gained there at all. Looks like we're setting up for the box kick now for Grant. He's very good at his little box kicks. And yeah, he kicks it up from the back of the ruck, being challenged by Edwell. He jumps. Oh, he's knocked it on though. It was a good challenge. Came off him. It's Italy have the ball now. And oh, that is a huge hit from Jasper Wiese. And the Italians have knocked the ball on now. Oh my goodness, Jasper Wiese. It looked like the Niccolò Canoni, the Italian captain, collected the ball but slipped as he got possession. And Jasper Wiese smashed him in the midriff. But he's gotten up quickly. He's a big lad. But it looks like the number 11 for Italy, Jacopo Trula, is down. Forgive me, no, it wasn't Canoni that had the ball. It was Trula that slipped and got hit there by Jasper Wiese. That was a massive hit. Shame, very unfortunate. Slipped as he got the ball, and Wiese was there ready. I said before the game that Wiese needs to be there with a bit of aggression, and here he is. And it's a perfectly legal tackle. There's no head-on-head contact, and he's just hit him there in the solar plexus. Like, very unfortunate there for Trula. Just slips as Jasper Wiese is there, hits him in the stomach. I think he's just been winded. Or you can see as he's hit, the face just grimaces in pain. And I mean, I understand. I don't think anybody wants to be hit by Jasper Wiese like that. We've got another prediction here from Tour South Africa Live saying 37-12 in favor of the Springboks. Beer, 100-0. Oh, I like that. I'm not sure if that is going to be the case, but I would love to see it. Yeah, Niall asking questions about Mani. He did miss both of his kicks so far. And guys, we know Mani is not the greatest kicker. Especially when he's kicking for poles. But his in-game play, the unpredictability and the flair that he brings. Both of the tries we've scored, Mani has made key passes that have led to those tries. I mean, especially the first one, he put a key pass which put Edwell van der Merwe into the gap, and Edwell through to Mapimpi just popping it up to Grant Williams for the try. And again for the second try, Libbok he has that ability to just wait that extra split second, wait and draw the defenders, pass it out, and Edwell van der Merwe in the corner, not the simplest of finishes, but with enough time to put the ball down and score the try. Oh, these are not things we like to see. Jacopo Trula has been put on the stretcher and is carried off on the lekker little golf cart there. Justin Hancock's asking, who's playing 14? For Italy, it is Louis Leinach. For South Africa, it is Edwell van der Merwe. Trullo has indeed been replaced now by Giulio Bertaccini, donning number 23. So Bertaccini is on in place of Trullo after that massive hit. Very unfortunate there. It's a shame this game had to end early like that. The scrum is taken. South Africa's scrum after the knock-on. And Italy are holding up very well in the scrum. Oh, but now the Boks get a bit of go-ahead. Williams picks up the ball through to Andre Esterhuizen. He's a battering ram. The hybrid player, Andre. Grant Williams again to Libbok with a little grubber through, looking for Mapimpi. And no, it's gone out in the 22. It's going to be Italy's line out. Oh, have they taken it quickly? They have. They have, but oh, quickly tackled there by Grant Williams. He's like a fox with the reactions. I don't think that was the right call there from Italy. It was taken quickly by Louis Leinach, and Grant Williams read that and tackled them. They're in the Italian 22. It looks like Garbisi is setting up the box kick, which he does, puts it deep, and it's out on the full. Very decent kick. Oh, but we've taken the line out quickly now. Libbok through to Van der Merwe, who's in a bit of space, who pops it. Pieter Steph du Toit on the wing. Oh, we love to see that. He's taken down just outside the South African 22. Grant Williams passes it through to Thomas the Tank. Oh, excuse me, that's Volkulo. Tank cleaning through. Williams again to Libok. Libok hands through to, who's he passed that to? That's Kanan Moody on the ball. Oh, and Salman Murat has dropped it. I think he just looked away too early there before he could get hands on the ball, knocked it on. Italy take possession into their 22, back to Dare, who kicks it deep. Willie Leroux collects, and he's put it looking for the 50-22, but it's gone out just in front of the South African 22-meter line. It's going to be a line out to Italy just outside of their 22. Exciting game here so far. Exciting rugby being played. Nathaniel Shabalala, 50 plus, cooking SA. I agree. We are cooking so far. 50 plus is on the cards. 20 minutes have been played, folks. South Africa lead Italy 10 points to 0. Let's keep your predictions coming in. Let me know where you're watching from and let me know what you're drinking. Let's have a little beverage check-in. I know we've had a few people. Robs has said she's drinking tea, and that's good. We've got some people having some beers. We've got Weibo drinking the brandy. I'm having a Vintuk myself. Guys, let us know where you're watching, what you're having, what your score predictions. Sign up, become a member for Forever Sports. And let's subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Line out taken for Italy. They keep possession. Oh, they're mauling well, driving the box back, gaining a couple meters, but the box do manage to... Oh, and there's a penalty. It's a collapsed maul. Italy get the penalty. Oh, and there's a bit of a fight starting here. The Italians with a bit of strength. Muscling the box over for that penalty. Ref is having none of it, though. Come, guys. Let's just play the game. We're not here to fight. Okay, now the players are hugging, smiling a bit. I'm sure they'll enjoy a beer together after the game. Jasper Visser, of course, bringing some controlled aggression into the game. Refs are looking at something. There might be some foul play here, in fact. Checking the actions of 8 green. That is Jasper Visser, most unfortunately. I did say he just had some controlled aggression. Whether that aggression was controlled, I'm not so sure. Let's have a look here. They're having a look at what he's done. So as the penalty was awarded for the maul being collapsed, Visser gets tapped on the back by one of the Italians. Oh, and he grips the collar, like that. And there's a bit of an argy-bargy. He's pushing the Italian, I think that is Tommaso Di Bartomelo that he's pushing. By the collar, he's got him, and Di Bartomelo's pushing him back. And yeah, all started from like a little bit of a push behind him. And he said, no, I'm not having any of that. I'm going to grab you by your collar. Yeah, it's a bit of a scruff of the neck stuff here, but I don't see anything too dangerous or illegal here. It happens in rugby. Tempers flare. Oh, there's the problem. There's the problem. As the players got together, Jasper Visser gave him a little bit of a headbutt. And it looked like Di Bartomelo was egging him on to do that. He put his head close to us. It looked like he was just trying to get close. And but that's not looking good for him because that is head-on-head contact. He's made the head contact on Di Bartomelo's nose. And that might be a problem. In the modern day, you can't be doing any of that. The ref has reached to his pocket. What colors? Oh, he's given him a direct red for the headbutt on the nose. Kobus Visser's first game with his brother in the box shirt has ended early as Jasper Visser is sent off with a red card. Only 21 minutes played. Oh no, folks. Oh no. That's not good. He reacted. Di Bartomelo wanted him to do that, and he did. Oh no. We don't like to see that. Visser's off. Oh, it's interesting. I wonder what's going to happen now with our substitutions because, yeah. Obviously, we're down to 14 men. Italians kicked the ball out. Not a lot of distance there. It's just about on the halfway line. Still in the Italian half. But, yeah, the book's down to 14. Visser's off with a red card. Let's see what we do if anyone's going to come on, because obviously he's 8th man. We're going to need full 8 in the scrum. I wonder now with the hybrid player, Andre Esterhazen, is he going to come fulfill a role now? And someone who's at flank move to 8th man? Like, could we possibly see Pieter Steff going to 8? Could we see Marco van Staden doing it? And then when the scrums are happening, Andre falls in at flank. Interesting to see what's going to happen. Anyway, the lineout is taken for Italy. And the ref has blown. Oh, they're showing a replay now of this incident for the red card. And Di Bartomelo was just egging Jasper Visser on. And Visser fell for it. No, it's not controlled aggression, like I said. It's just quite stupid, actually. Jasper, that's very disappointing. Look, the contact wasn't huge at all. He just tapped him on the head with his nose. But like, in the modern day, if you make head-on-head contact, particularly if it's intentional as that was, despite it being light, the refs have no issues dishing out red cards. Anyway, the scrum is being set for Italy now, and Springboks have collapsed it. It's a free kick to Italy. Yo, Italian scrum has been strong today. Tell you what, the Italians really have turned up. They're playing a lot better than I thought they would. But again, I underestimated them last week. I'm underestimating them again this week. Should stop doing that. They're taking the free kick. It's up and under from Giacomo Dare. Edward van der Merwe is under it, and he's knocked it forward. Oh no, he's knocked it on. Caught there by the Italians. They keep possession, and it's going to be another scrum for the Italians there, deep in the box half. Great effort from Van der Merwe there to try gather, but he just doesn't get the ball. He's knocked it forward. Pieter Steff collected it, but the ball did go forward, unfortunately. Yeah, and let's set up the scrum. You know what? I think this is actually a good thing because the Boks have struggled on their scrums. They need to have a few more to just, regain that scrum control. After that very interesting maneuver at the beginning of the game, they thought they were going to be scrum dominant. I want to see a bit of scrum dominance now. Got to enjoy a bit of biltong while watching the game as well, surely. There we go. That's more like it from the Boks. It's a better scrum. Italy still have it, but the Boks were a lot more dominant there. Popping it through the back line. Oh, and Caden Mooney with the rush defense. Great tackle. Gets the Italian backline to knock it on, and it is now a Springbok scrum. Sifiso Ngobo saying the game's going to open up in the second half. 40 plus for the Boks. Drinking some silky red vino in the glass. Oh, I love to see that. That's classy, Sifiso. Very classy. I love to see that. Nathaniel, not so happy about the red card. I agree, mate. I agree. Silly play from Jasper Visser. Sure, the contact wasn't very strong, but he should know better than to do that. Di Bartomelo egged him on and succeeded. In the comments, we got a bit of galvanization coming, is what you're saying, Sophie. So I agree. I think now that we're down to 14 men for the rest of the game, the boys do need to galvanize. With the scrum being set, actually, I just want to have a closer look and see what's being done. I want to see if we have Esterhazen filling in at flank and one of the flankers moving to 8th man, as I predicted would happen. Because I haven't seen any substitutions being made. Or it looks like Oxen Chair's just come off the bench, or sitting on this, come off this chair on the sideline. He is, Esterhazen's on the flank, and Marco van Staden is filling in at 8th man. Exactly as I thought would happen. And that's why it helps to have hybrid players, guys. Rassie cooks. He knows what he's doing. Oh, and we have the penalty advantage for the scrum, and we have the penalty. Huge scrum from the Springboks there. Finally, the Bokke are getting some scrum dominance going, as it should have been at the beginning. Italians getting a bit tired. Hybrid player joining in the side there on the flank for the scrum, and we get the scrum penalty. Mani Lebok is going to look for touch. Libo kicking to touch, get some valuable meters there, and we're deep in the Italian half for a line out Oh, it's a huge scrum from the Boks there. Thomas the Tank Engine just absolutely pushing through the Italians there, getting some huge go-ahead for the Boks. They lost all of their structure in that Italian scrum. Didn't go well for them. We got the penalty advantage, got the penalty, and the lineout's taken. Williams gets the ball through to Libok, inside to Esterhazen, inside pop pass to Edwal van der Merwe, who is taken down, and Marco van Staden picks up and gains a few meters. But he is eventually brought down in the end. And it looks like Italy have got a penalty there. Holding on was Marco van Staden. He got a bit greedy there, taking the ball, running away from his teammates, and no one was there to help him clean up. And that was brilliant work from the Italian forwards, making sure he held on. And that's a penalty to Italy. Dare going to kick for touch. And he finds it. Looks like they're on about the 10-meter line there for South Africa. Or 40-meter rather. Yeah, van Staden just going a bit early there. No one there to help him in support. And losing out. Fantastic defensive work from the Italians, must be said. And Italy get the penalty. Line out is being taken by Italy. It's thrown to the back. Oh, a bit sloppy stuff there. Thrown over the scrummy. And they're back into the Italian half. But Italy keep possession. And the Bokke are cleaning over. But the Italians counter. They're back. All is well. Garbisi setting up for the box kick, which he successfully manages to do. It's being challenged by the Italians, but Van der Merwe gathers, and it's popped back to Willie Leroux on the left boot. He clears, but a bit of a nothing kick that. The Italians are in space. It's picked up there by Mirko Belloni on debut. Gains a few meters, stepping through, and Italy get the ball back, and they are recycling through the back line. Popping, passing through. Oh, and that is awful from the Italians. That is absolutely awful. Mirko Belloni losing possession, knocking it on, and the Boks get some go-ahead with the possession now. Excuse me. Kanan Moody has the ball, steps into a gap, but is tackled. Mani Libok now, passing it through. Willie Leroux at the cross kick. Edwal looking for it. Oh, and it's just over his head. Good thinking from Willie that. Edwal looking for the ball, right on the right touch line, but it's just over his head, and they're going to come back as the ball is kicked out on the full for the line out for Italy from where the ball was kicked. Tell you what, folks, if Edwal van der Merwe had that ball, he probably would have gone through to score. I think there was only one defender to beat there, and you know these what they call the Power Rangers, these fast wingers and fullbacks with their scrum caps. The first Power Ranger ever, of course, Gio Aplon, back in the day. Remember him? What a legend. And so many young players have followed in his footsteps. Italy taking the line out through to the back line, and it's a crash ball taken. Garbisi again. Oh, it's a long pass, but I think it's a bit forward. Yeah, the ref confirms it looked forward. And he confirms it as a forward pass. Unfortunate from Garbisi, because it was the right pass to make. Just made a silly mistake there, passing it forward. And, yeah, if he managed to get that through, it would have been some good meters made for Italy. But forward pass. Oxenchair's on. I want to see who he's come on for. I think it's Thomas the Tank. It is. Thomas the Tank Engine du Toit has come off the field for Oxenchair. I wonder if there's a bit of a tactical sub going on here. Du Toit, I don't think he's really put a foot wrong so far. I mean, yeah, at the beginning, the scrums weren't going too well, but he did win us a scrum penalty earlier. But anyway, we know Russie has his plans. Russie's always cooking. Yeah, the scrum being taken. Grant Williams to put the ball in. And, oh, it's a huge scrum. We have penalty advantage again. Okay, shuffled through to the back line. Lebok to Willie Leroux. Willie Leroux with the little chip and chase there for Edwal. Edwal is chasing. He picks, oh, he's kicked it through. And Edwal Van der Merwe gets the ball over the line. It's a second try for him in the game. Oh, that is brilliant stuff from the Springboks. I cannot believe my eyes what I've just seen. That was beautiful rugby. Champagne rugby. We got the go-ahead from the scrum. Scrum penalty advantage. Williams passes it through. Libbok through to Willie Leroux. Willie Leroux on the boot. Edwin van der Merwe eating a gap, chasing the ball. It's a bit of a funny bounce, but he puts a further boot on it, straight under the poles, gathers it, and puts it down. Oh, what a fantastic try. Edwin has had to work for his tries today, and I'll tell you what, the man deserves them. Brilliant stuff from the Springboks. That's brilliant. Yo, guys, Weibo, another drink there. Got to celebrate that try. And folks, Manie Libbok puts the ball through the poles. He gets his first conversion for the game. It is 17 points to 0 in favor of the Springboks. Oh, great stuff there. Great stuff. That second try for Edwin van der Merwe is just, it's a stuff of beauty. Honestly. Willie, gathering all of the experience that he has. That was beautiful. We said it even before the game, and everyone knows experience under pressure. That's Willie Leroux. That's the elder statesman. It's composure and leadership at the back. And look how he brings his younger players forward. As kickoff is taken again, it's not gathered, but the Boks do have possession after a bit of sloppy play there. In our own 22, Grant Williams is looking to set up a box kick, which he does, and it's being chased by Mapimpi, who's challenging, and Mapimpi doesn't manage to gather, but it's gone backwards, and the Boks still have possession. Springboks looking to recycle. Ruan Nokia takes it into contact. Grant Williams again, on the ball, to Manie Libbok, but the ref has called it back for a penalty. And for what reason, I don't know. It's a penalty to Italy. It's against Salman Murat. I'm not quite sure what he's done there. The cameras left the screen pretty quickly there, but I think there was just a little bit of cynical play there after the ball had left the ruck, and that left us with a penalty. Yeah, okay, they're showing a replay. Let's see. Yeah, Murat went off his feet, cleared a man off the ball, in from the side as well, and it was after the ball had been passed as well. Oh, it's a bit silly. You expect better from your captain to show some leadership there. It's a very, very silly mistake to make. All right, it's a Italian line out, about 10 meters away from their try line. And Italy do win the line out. No more being set though. It's passed through and taken into contact. And he's holding on. It is a penalty to the Springboks. Great defense. Great defense from the Springboks in a pressure situation. Off feet rather. Trying to clear through the ball there. Italian player off his feet. And the Springboks have a penalty. Manie Libbok is going to kick for touch. See how far he can get it downfield. Valuable meters being made there from Manie Libbok. Folks, I have a problem. I finished my beer. So if you'll just bear with me for a moment. Never fear. We have another. Okay, the line I'll second by the booker. It's over. Grant Williams collects and is taking it into contact. Oxen Chair at scrum half now collects the ball, passes it through to Van Staden, who's rampaging his way through the Italians. Gets a few meters there. Murat now into contact. Williams picks it up again. Peter Steph du Toit taking it into contact now. Bit of crash ball for the forwards going here. South Africa have the penalty advantage and the ref blows his whistle. It is a penalty to South Africa. Once again, the Italians were off their feet. And there is a bit of bad discipline now from the Italians towards the end of this first half. Penalty after penalty being blown here, and Libok is going to be looking to kick for touch here again. I want to see the Boks get close enough and set up the maul. We know we love a Springbok maul try, particularly with Malcolm Marx at the back there. Libok with not the greatest kick, but he does get it into the Italian 22. Yep. Italians conceding the penalty there. Looks like the Boks have done a bit of homework on the breakdown here. Getting a lot more dominance than they had in the second half last week. Okay, we win the line out. Esterhazen taking it into contact with quite a run up. He gets a few meters there. Oh, that is some interesting play from the Boks. They're setting up a maul in the middle of the field. Williams just popped the ball up to Norkia, who's being held up. Oh my word, Kanan Moody in the gap. He is 2 meters out. Kanan Moody over the line. Oh, that is brilliant stuff from the Booker. Absolutely champagne. We love to see it. 22-0 after 37 minutes played. Some intriguing rugby from the Springboks there. I'm mind blown as to what I've just seen. Kanan Moody scoring his 6th international try, but what they did before that, absolutely cooking. After that funny maul just set up randomly, I think that caught the Italians off guard. And yeah, the maul was set up, driven for a bit, maul was brought down, and then Grant Williams quickly collects the ball, pops it through to Kanan Moody, who finds a huge gap. He's in the 22, you're not going to stop him. Someone gets around to tackle him at the 5-meter line, but the momentum takes him over, and it's a try for Kanan Moody, who's been quite quiet so far this game, but he's a big player, creates a big moment, and scores a try. Libok to convert, which he does with consummate ease. 24-0 to the Springboks after 38 minutes played. Lovely stuff. We love to see it. Oh, gotta have another sip here for Weibo. Winter Weaver says, don't get me wrong, I still think the Bokke will win. I just don't like the disrespect towards the Azzurri. Look, I hear you, Winter Weaver. Italy seriously have improved over the last few years. And, I mean, we're 24-0 up here, but we saw in the second half last week just how good they were. Kickoff being taken. And they've won a few scrums here as well tonight. They've played well, won a few penalties. Boks just a lot more clinical in the moments that mattered. Despite being down to 14 men. And it looks like, sorry, Peter Steph, holding on there. Not much he could have done. Brilliant work. And it's for the second time today that we see Manuel Zuilani getting a penalty for the Italians, ensuring that the Boks hold on, not releasing the ball. And Giacomo Dare is stepping up. He's going to kick for touch. Had this happened earlier, I think he would have gone for the 3 points. But, being 24 points down, Italy need to go for the tries if they want to try get this game going forward for them and try find a win. And if they can find a second half like they did last week, who knows? They could make the comeback. Italy have the line out, about 10 meters out from the Boks try line. Italy set up the maul, keeping possession, but it's being driven back by the Boks. Solid, but Italy do counter punch, and the maul is brought down. But it's been turned over by the Boks. Oh, that's awesome stuff. Grant Williams setting up, and it is halftime as the hooter goes. Brilliant waiting there from Grant Williams. Just waiting for the hooter to go, kicking the ball out as they get the turnover there. Italy really messing up an opportunity there for some points right at the end of the half. But it's not to be for the Italians. The Springboks lead 24 points to 0 going into halftime. Immediate thoughts on that. Italy surprising at the beginning with a bit of scrum dominance at the start, but the Boks brought some composure back. Red card for the Boks. Not nice to see from Jasper Visser. A bit of cynical play. Silly from him to be doing that, to be honest. But the Boks lead 24-0 at halftime. I dare say it is deserved. Edwil van der Merwe, yo lekker ding, you absolute biscuit. Anyway, ladies and gents, enjoy your halftime. Go refill those drinks. And yeah, we'll see you back for the second half. All right, everybody, welcome back. Welcome back. Good to have you back now for the second half. Springboks leading 24 points to 0 at halftime. And let's just go through some of the comments here. What have you guys been saying about the game? I really am interested to see what you're saying. Someone's asked where I'm watching from. I'm from Johannesburg, South Africa. So, yeah. And I see, yeah, a lot of people we've had watching from all over the globe. Yeah, we've got a few people saying, yeah, we told you that Moody is made for the 13 jersey, Melway Mac. Look, it's very hard to disagree with that. He's absolutely brilliant. I mean, with like older players like, Lucanio and the Buggers, they're moving on. So Moody's certainly made for the future. And I think he's going to be there for a long time. Bit of a debate going on in the comments as to whether it's disrespectful to say we could put 60 on Italy or not. Yeah, keep having that chat. I am keen to see what you guys have to say about that. A lot of South African flags here, a lot of clapping emojis. Fantastic. I do like to see this. Grant Williams, why he should be our first choice scrum off. He has pace, he has kicking, he has decision-making ability, speeds up the play and defends superb. I agree, Leroy. He really does. And the players are running back out onto the field now. Second half's about to begin. Giacomo Dare has the ball in his hands, ready to kick off. Oh, we've got Will Marks tuning in from Rhodes. Lovely to see. Eastern Cape people. Okay, kickoff has happened. It is gathered by Andre Esterhazen. Williams setting up the box kick in the box own 22. Successfully manages to do that. Ball has remained in play. Edwell busy challenging. He does. He taps it back. Ron Nokia collects it. And Grant Williams shuffling back to the back line. Through to Libok. Esterhazen gets it. Now Willie Leroux looks for Peter Steph to toy on the wing again. He's enjoying his time out on the wing today. Yeah, both flankers actually have enjoyed a bit of time running with the ball and getting it in space on the wing. Volku low, managing to absolutely bounce Danilo Fischetti. But he's brought down eventually. Libok with a cross kick up and under, looking for Edwell, who's challenging for it nicely, but looks like he's knocked it forward a little bit there. Or was that off the Italian player's hand? I think it may have been. Knocked backwards it was, and holding on in the ruck now, Marco van Staden standing up, strong legs, getting over the ball, not losing his feet, and getting a penalty for the Springboks. So straight away, off the start of the game, off the start of the half rather, Marco van Staden, the Springboks getting a penalty in the Italian half. Mani Libok is going to kick for touch, get as close to the try line as he can here. Yeah, Libok kicks it to the 5-meter line, or close enough to. Boks have a line out and are likely to set up the maul here and go for the try, but we'll see, we'll see. We've got Linda Hammond in the comments. Thank you for joining us, Linda. Italian fashion statement. I like that. Okay, the lineout is taken. Springboks do win it. They set up the maul, and they're getting some go forward with the maul here, but Grant Williams breaks away, and Esterhazen takes it even closer. Boks are 2 meters out from the try line now. Williams grasping desperately for the ball, but it's a penalty in favor of Italy. Esterhazen could not let go of it. Fruschetti managing to make sure that Esterhazen's holding on for too long, in the opinion of the referee, and the Italians get a penalty. Fantastic defense there from Fruschetti. Dare kicking it out towards touch, gets it towards the 40-meter line there, and the Italians will get a line out in their own half. That's brilliant. Brilliant defense from Fischetti. He's done very well for his country there. The Boks within a meter of the try line, making sure Esterhazen doesn't get the ball there or get the ball through. And the Italians take the line out. They set up a maul. It's going nowhere. Ref calls use it. And It is an up and under box kick from Alessandro Garbisi and gathered brilliantly by Edward van der Merwe. Saman Murat manages not to drop the ball this time, takes it into contact. Grant Williams taking the ball, setting it up. It looks like he's going to set up a box kick now, probably for van der Merwe to chase, which is exactly what's happening. Van der Merwe getting under it. He challenges well, knocks it backwards, back to Williams, who himself has knocked it on when getting tackled, and Italy get possession. Italy have the scrum advantage. They do keep possession, though. Dare playing the scrum off position. Yeah, Italy getting the ball and taking it into contact as the scrummy Garbisi now manages to set up again. Italy keeping possession, doing well, shuffling it through the back line. There's a lot of space on the right wing now. Chip and chase taken. It's good stuff. Oh, and it's just bounced out. The bounce of the rugby ball not falling in favor of Italy there. Of course, the ref calling the scrum advantage over as soon as he put it onto the boot. And that was interesting little play there from Louis Leinach. Back in his home country. A little bit of a chip and chase there. And the ball just bouncing out just outside the 22. Could have been a good bounce for him, but it just turned out not to be. But the ref is now calling for TMO, looking for something here. Looking to see if there's been a bit of foul play, I think. We'll confirm shortly. Marco Polo Fortuin saying also altyd wen. Okay, we're looking here. Oh no, Volkulo looks like he's gone high in the tackle there. It's a bit of shoulder on head contact on Tommaso Di Bottamelo, I think it is. No, it's not. It is Sebastian Negri. Of course it is. Yeah, he went high in the tackle there. Not great from Volkulo. He did manage. Oh yeah, his shoulder has gone straight into the chin there of Negri. Look, there's not a high degree of danger. He didn't hit him very hard. He kind of just brushed him off there. Hit him from the side and he's brushed off, but ref agrees it's clear foul play here. He reaches to his pocket and he brandishes with a yellow for review for a red card. Look, in the modern day, we've seen yellows given for less. I agree with the decision. Silly tackle from Volkulo has gone very, very high. His shoulders hit Negri in the chin. There's not a high degree of danger, but certainly there is foul play. And 10 minutes in the bin. It has been reviewed for a red card, but I think it's highly unlikely that the red will stand. But the Boks are down to 13 men now. Not ideal. Certainly not ideal. Jasper Visser was sent off with a red card earlier. And now we've got a yellow that is being reviewed for Volkulo. And again, we're going to have issues with the forwards. We're going to have to dip into the bench here and see what we can do. I don't think there's going to be much of a bomb squad today, given that we've had to deal with all these cards and have strategic replacements coming on. So I wonder what's going to happen with the next scrum. I think certainly we're going to have Asenathi Ntlabakanye come on. The question then is who's going to go off. Let us know in the comments. Who do you think is going to come off for Ntlabakanye? Okay, the lineout's taken by Italy. It's a bit of a sloppy one, but they keep possession. Knocked backwards, but they keep possession. Giacomo Dare gets the ball, passes it through to Andrea Zambonin, who's driven backwards by Oxenchair in the tackle. And Marco van Staden's over, holding on, and that is brilliant. Once again, the Italians holding on. This time, Malcolm Marx, in fact, together with van Staden, making sure that the Italians are holding on to the ball. The Springboks get the penalty. Ref has called for the clock to stop here, and I think it's because there is an injury concern for the Italians. Oh, Malcolm Marx, the enforcer there. Not even just getting the turnover. That was insane. Together with Van Staden there over and just grabbing the ball from the Italians and making sure that they could not get it. We get the penalty. Malcolm Marx, it's just the bread and butter for him, isn't it? We know him to be as good as he is like that, and he's been doing it for so many years. Back when he was at the Lions, he was doing it. He's still doing it now. I'm sure in Japan, he's still doing it. Anyway, let's keep getting your score predictions in. Khaisang Mokhale saying, Boks need to seriously review our second half performances. Last week was a lack of intensity. This week it's discipline. Can't say you're incorrect about that. But of discipline issues throughout the game, though, to be honest. But anyway, the Boks take their penalty kick. And it's towards the touchline in the 22. Mani Libok manages to get it, but just inside our 22. Good kick that. Made quite a lot of meters there from deep inside our own half. And we've got a line out inside the Italian 22. Marks to take the line out here. Just inside the 22. Murat collects. Through to Williams. We're shuffling it through the back line. Andre Esterhuizen, the enforcer, gets a few meters in contact. Peter Steff into contact, a few more meters being made. Grant Williams shuffling again to Malcolm Marx, who again gets a few more meters into contact. The forward's bringing some physicality here. Murat, brought down in the tackle, also gains a meter or two there. And it's Peter Steff, backed by Andre Esterhuizen. Italian players being told to roll by the ref, which they successfully do. Marco van Staden now. Boks are about 10 meters out. Fifth phase now. Grant Williams passes back to Oxen Chair. It looks like the Boks have lost a few meters here now, though. Williams looking for a gap, doesn't find it, pops it to Esterhuizen, who is brought down in contact. Oxen Chair, again, just safely bringing it down in contact. Italians rolling away. Oh, there's offside issue here. Yeah, that's not good from the Italians. That is cynical. That is getting in the way of the ball purposefully. And there's a yellow card being brandished to the Italians. That was cynical. It looks like it is the number 1, Danilo Fischetti, who has been hit with a yellow card for some cynical play offside, getting in the way purposefully of Grant Williams playing the ball quickly. And as a result, he's deemed to be cynical, and he gets the yellow card. Okay, so now it's 14 against 13. Italians only have the 1-man advantage now, as opposed to the 2-man advantage they previously had. Penalty just outside the 22 meter. Mani Libok looking to kick towards the 5 meter, which he successfully does. The Boks are going to have a line out 5 meters out from the try line. Fischetti deliberately getting in the way there and has been brandished a yellow. He will be spending 10 minutes in the bin. Malcolm Marx now taking the line out. And, the Italians get a hand in the way, but it's gone backwards towards the Boks. Grant Williams picks it up, steps a few players, takes it back towards the 5 meter line. Malcolm Marx now playing scrummy to Peter Steff du Toit, takes it into contact. Boks 10 meters out from the try line. Williams picks it up through to Libok. Long wide pass. But it's not a great pass. Mapimpi managing to clean up, but the Boks have lost a whole lot of ground there. We do have a penalty advantage, though. I think it's for an offside from the Italians. Libok lucky getting away there, but we did have the penalty advantage. Okay, Willie Leroux running into space. He's passed it wide to Edwil van der Merwe. Is that his hat trick? He's put it down in the corner and he's celebrating. Oh my goodness. Once again, Edwil van der Merwe in the corner. Acrobatic stuff. Or is it? No, the ref has called it back. I think the sideline ref judged that to be out. Oh no. Oh, sorry, folks, if I got you excited there. I genuinely thought he put that down in the corner. I thought it was a fair try, but no, the ref has brought it back. No try. and the Boks will be back for their penalty, having the penalty advantage. Oh, unlucky, Edwell. I thought that was your hat trick, my boy. Oh, it looks like, in fact, that the pass from Willie Leroux was adjudged to be forward. I think the dotting down of the try was fair, but it was a forward pass. And yeah, we take the line out again. On the 5-meter line, through to Williams, who gets it. Battering ram Andre Esterhuizen takes it back to the 5-meter line. Oh, again, the Boks are setting up that midfield play more. Surely that's been collapsed. Yes, ref, unfairly, he says it is. Penalty advantage to South Africa. But the maul is still going. It was collapsed, but they picked it up again themselves. Huge men. 3 meters out. Oh, they're putting more men into the maul. It's gone over the try line, and the try is scored. Who is that? Malcolm Marx. None other than the maul being set up in the middle of the field. Oh, guys, it's brilliant. It's beautiful. These are things we love to see. It's a try scored by Malcolm Marx. 29-0 South Africa. 50 minutes played. Oh, lovely. Insane. JP, I agree with you. Wild try. Oh, brilliant. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. It's so interesting. Like, from the ruck, the Boks set up just to the right of it with Ruan Nokia at the top of it being a maul, as if there's like a little line out being played in the middle of the play. They lift up Ruan Nokia. He gets the ball and they maul. And the maul was collapsed unfairly. The Boks got the penalty advantage. And they picked the maul up again and just kept driving over for Malcolm Marx over the line. The conversion is slotted by Manie Libbok, bringing the score up to 31 points to 0 by South Africa. I'd really love to see the Boks keep a clean sheet here. Keeping Italy at 0 would be so cool to see, especially given the fact that we're down to 13 men for 10 minutes in this game and 14 men for most of the match. Anyway, got to keep the fans happy. It's a try. I promised I'd have a drink every time we scored, and here we go. Brilliant stuff from the Springboks. Yeah, 31-0 to the Bokke. 51 minutes played. Let's keep getting your score predictions in. I mean, it's getting a bit easier now to predict the score, given that we only have half an hour left of the match, as the kickoff is taken by Giacomo Dare, and it is collected by Andre Esterhuizen, who, truthfully, must be said, has had a very good game. He's played as a battering ram. He hasn't made any silly mistakes himself. Grant Williams setting up the box kick again, just outside his own 22. Kicking it up for Edwell van der Merwe to chase, who is chasing it, who challenges for it and knocks it back. And we get possession. Manie Libbok has the ball now, long pass to Peter Steff. Willie Leroux gets possession, through to Makazole Mapimpi, looking to find a gap, but is taken down just inside the Italian half. Quick ball play now from Grant Williams. Manie Libbok has the ball again, through to Kanan Moody, who's again looking for a gap. Oh, he tries to pop it back, but it does not find anyone, in the Boks lose a whole lot of momentum, but they keep possession. Willie has the ball, long pass to Peter Steff to Toyd, looking towards the left touchline again. Peter Steff hanging on the wing for a lot of the game today. Cleaned over now by Makazole Mapimpi, just inside the Springboks half. Setting it up again. Into contact goes Malcolm Marx in the Boks half. Grant Williams looking for some support players. Jan Murat's there to help, and Libbok now for the crossfield kick, up and under to be challenged by no, just too much for, but it's a bit scrappy. The Italian drops the ball backwards. Italy do keep possession, but they've gone back into their 22. Now cleared by Alessandro Garbisi deep into the box half, but the ref has blown his whistle. It looks like the Springboks have a penalty. There were issues there, looks like at the breakdown. And Garbisi kicked the ball just before the ref blew for that penalty, so he's not going to be punished for that. There'll be a lot of frustration from the Italians here. They're conceding a whole lot of penalties. Boks with 60% territory and Italians 40%, of course. Amber Simon predicting a 59-0 win to the Boks. Fan Ross predicting a 69-0 win. Mpilo Mashlomi also saying 69-0. Dean Scholz saying 69-0. Yeah, guys, get involved in the poll. Do you agree with Jasper Visser's red card? Was it harsh? Was it a bit harsh? Should it have been a yellow? If you don't agree with it at all, was it a definite red? Let us know in the polls. Yeah, look, my personal views on that was that, look, it was a very soft head. I don't think it really deserved a red. Look, it was intentional. He clearly did try hit him in the head, but he didn't hit him though, did he? It was just baby contact. And we know that you can't intentionally do that in the modern game. But brandishing a red, in my opinion, that was harsh. But let us know on the poll. Let us know in the comments. Do you think it was harsh? Yeah. All right, the clock is back on, and it looks like the yellow card for Wilco Louw has now been, he'll come on after the next play, after this lineout is taken on the 5-meter line for the Springboks, but we've lost possession. He's thrown it too far as Malcolm Marx is collected at the back of the lineout from the Italians. Alessandro Garbisi gets it, and he has given it to the forwards to take into contact. A meter or so made for them there, and the Italians have a penalty. Oh, that's great defense from them off the line out. Poor execution from the Springboks, really. Just a bit of lapse in concentration there, and it's cost them a penalty. Giacomo Dare on the left boot looking to make some distance. Oh, not the greatest kick. He's just managed to get it outside his 22 there. And it looks like the Boks are making a sub. Sasha Feinberg, Ngomezulu is coming on. Oh, guys, this is what we're here to see. This is what we love to see. Sasha. Oh, it's beautiful. He is such a good player. I want to see who he's coming on for. It looks like he's on in the center for Kanan Moody. Just waiting to confirm that. On as well, donning the number 19 jersey. In his first ever match for the Springboks, it is Kobus Visser. Such a shame that he won't get to play with his brother today, given that Jasper had the red card earlier. But Kobus Visser is on. Huge man in the lock position. Looks like, oh, South Africa have stolen the line out. Ruan Nokia steals it. Andre Esterhuizen gets the ball. He's running. Gets a lot of meters there in contact. And he's adjudged to be held on. He made so many meters. There was no one there to help him. And the Italians got over the ball. And Andre Esterhuizen adjudged to be holding on. And it's a penalty to the Italians. Number 13 for Italy, Marco Zanon, giving the Boks some lip there after winning the ball back for Italy. And they take their kick towards touch deep into the Boks half, just outside the 22. And it will be an Italian lineout. Oh, I got me some quality biltong here, enjoying this game. Good beer, good biltong, good chats in the chat here. Brilliant, brilliant Saturday evening. Can confirm that Wilco Louw is back on the field, of course. Okay, it looks like that Sasha Feinberg and Ngomezulu just came on the field in place of Willie Leroux, who has had his time for his 100th test match. And the Bokkers steal the line out again. Oh, that is brilliant. Mapimpi doing the long pass there. Ethan Hooker's on the field and he gets the ball as well. Oh, I'm so happy to see Ethan Hooker on the field. Yes, he gets his first touch in a Springbok jersey. It looks like Ivan Ruas is on the field as well. Oh, these are things we love to see. But unfortunately now, the South Africans have lost the ball. It looks like Kobus Visser showing a bit of aggression, similar to his brother here. Oh, he's been told by the ref that he's being too naughty, and the Italians granted a penalty and given an extra 10 meters for Kobus Visser's ill behavior. Turned over again. Yeah, we're not managing to keep the ball in contact here very often, are we? It's quite frustrating to see. Once again, second half, the Italians are winning the breakdown battle, and into contact, they are playing very well. They've got their physicality up. They're winning the ball in the breakdown. They're managing to turn over the ball, get possession. Kobus Visser this time just going in, and very, very quickly was the Italian number 16, Pablo Dimchev, getting over the ball and securing the penalty for Italy. They've managed to kick the ball deep into the Springboks half, into the 22 in fact, and they have the line out. It's taken by Dimchev. And Italy have lost the line out again. Oh, and Volkulo back on the field with fresh legs, bounces over not one, but two Italian men. Now Ivan Roos picks it up and continues that trend. Oh, it's beautiful to see. They've managed to take it up close towards the halfway line. Looks like Grant Williams is off the field now in favor of Kobus Reinach. And pass through to Malcolm Marks, who gains a few meters as well. Mani Lebok, up and under cross kick for Mapimpi to chase and challenge for. And the Italians have knocked it on. It will be a Springbok scrum just inside the Springbok half. 60 minutes played, everyone. The Springboks lead 31 points to 0. Let's just go through a bit of stats here. Springboks having 80 carries compared to Italy's 27. However, of those 80 carries, the Italians have managed to turn over the ball quite a lot there, particularly in the second half. The discipline has been quite ill in terms of keeping the ball into contact. Oh, the big man. He's coming off the bench. Asenati Ntlabakanye. Oh, we want to see him for his test debut. After this substitution is made, all of the test debutants will be on the field. It'll be a young, inexperienced Springbok team on the field, balanced with a little bit of experience there as well, of course. But we love to see it. We want to see the depth being tested. Rassie is cooking. The Springboks are cooking. Despite a few disciplinary issues. But yeah, guys, I would love to see what's going to happen now with Ntlabakanye, who's going to be coming onto the field soon. I imagine it will be for Volkulo, despite the fact that he's just come back for his yellow card. We know Ntlabakanye is a big man, and some fresh legs will help a lot, of course. Jan-Hendrik Wessels also poised to come on in place of Malcolm Marks. Free kick to the Springboks off that scrum. Not a great scrum for the Italians. Ethan Hooker playing the ball. Feinberg and Gomezulu kicking it through, but a little bit of footwork there from the Italians. Oh, and the Bokke try charge up, but it's eaten in the gap is the Italian number 15. And what has he done? Oh no, it was such great footwork. The ball was kicked through to him. The Springboks charged him down, but he timed it so well, did Mirko Biloni on debut, that he stepped through both of the attacking Springboks, ran all the way to the Springbok 22-meter line, and he passed it to no one into contact. So it was so good. He just saw a gap in between Edwil van der Merwe and Ethan Hooker. He's about to get into contact with Mani Lebok on the 22-meter, but he just passed it to no one. And the ball's gone out for a Springbok line-out on their own 22. We win the line-out. Ivan Roos takes it into contact. Just outside now. Kobus Reinach been told to use it. Sets up a box kick. It's being chased by Edwil van der Merwe, but he's not going to get there to challenge. He does make the tackle, however, and Italy do keep possession just inside their own half. Springboks make a surge to try win possession, but not to be. It's passed through by Alessandro Garbisi. Garbisi again gets the ball. Through, oh, slick little interplay from Italy. Giacomo oh my word, that's interesting. Giacomo De Re with a little kick through, little up and over the defenders of the Springboks, and it looks like the number 12 from Italy, who is Marco Zanon, just managed to try gather it, but it seems like he was offside as he's done so. And the Springboks have now been awarded a penalty. Not quite sure what that's for. We'll see. But I can confirm that Asenati Ntlabakanye is on the field for Volkulo. And Malcolm Marks makes way for number 16, Jan-Hendrik Wessels. Got some fresh forwards on the field. Ntlabakanye really is a big man. I know he went to Kampstal Daan for a bit. Anyway, the Springboks got a penalty there, and Mani Lebok has kicked it towards the corner, just outside the 5-meter line. Jan-Hendrik Wessels for his first line-out. Let's see how it goes. Just to confirm as well, other subs that have been made. Ethan Hooker is on. Willie Leroux is off. Kanan Moody is off. Okay, the line out has been taken. Oh, and he's overthrown it as Jan Hendrik over Peter Steff. And the Italians get possession. They kick it deep. Deep. Oh, no, it's a brilliant kick because there's no one back. That was almost a 50-22, folks. I tell you, that was an insanely good kick. But it will be the Springboks line out just outside their own 22 there. That was a fantastic kick from the right winger, Louis Leinach. Can confirm that number 20, Alessandro Izekor, is on. Number 17 makes his way into the field, Mirko Spagnolo, in place for Danilo Fischetti. Yeah, I mean, look, good effort from him. Did get the yellow card there, but put in a good shift otherwise. Managed to get Jasper Visser sent off the field, so I guess he did well in that regard. Your line-out feed from South Africa, we do manage to win the ball and keep possession. Now it is Kobus Reinach setting up the box kick. And we do manage to get possession back off the box kick. Mapimpi gets it back, pops it off back to Kobus Reinach. Mapimpi back into the number 9 position. And then Klabakanye gets his first touch. And he is brought into contact and taken down. Surely that cannot be allowed, ref. Thank you. Penalty to the Springboks. The Italian defense line rushing far too early there before the ball was released. And the Springboks get a penalty. Nkolisi Lindelani Magagula, good to see you in the chat. Thanks for joining us tonight. Amber Simon, looks like you're having a beer. Very good, very good. Anyway, that penalty was not taken well at all. It was kicked towards the Italian touchline, but kept in play by the Italians. And Dare managed to gather it and kick it back towards the South African half. And it will be a South African line out, but not where it should have been because we had the penalty and messed it up, unfortunately. 15 minutes to go in the game. 65 minutes played. The Springboks lead the Italians 31 points to 0. If you've just joined us, welcome. Springboks win the line out. And Klabakanye getting in towards the back, just extending the ruck there so that Reinach has a chance to box kick, which he does, being chased by Makazole Mapimpi. He challenges for it and he gets it. Knocked backwards there. And we do manage to gather the ball, keep possession. Brilliant stuff. I must be said, like our box kick and keeping possession from the box kicks, Haley has been good today. Got to give credit to the wingers and the scrum halves for doing that. Mani Libok trying the same thing now, except it's a cross kick field to Edwolf van der Merwe. Unfortunately, the Italians do knock it back and the Italians get possession. And Jan Hendrik Wessel smashes Giacomo Dere into contact. Huge hit there. The Italians keep possession, trying to move the ball quickly, which they do successfully. Baloni gets the ball into the gap, and running down the left wing is number 23, Giulio Bertaccini, excuse me. But the Italians do get the ball, and they've made some good ground here. They're building a bit of momentum. The box rush defense, though, is working very nicely. They've driven the Italians back a little bit here, but despite that, Italians keep the ball. They're playing quick ball here, keeping momentum, keeping physicality. It is lovely to see. Okay, Giacomo Dare. Oh, he's looking for that 50-22. But Mani Libok is back there and collects. And in his own 22, manages to clear the ball out towards the Italian halfway line. Giacomo Dare collects on the full, but decides not to take it quickly. And it will be an Italian line out just inside their own half. I mean, they're just cutting away to some of the players that are not playing to the Springboks today. We've got in the stands Jesse Creel, Ibn Etzebeth, Loot de Jager, Ergia Snyman, Andre Pollard, Sia Kulisi, Apelele Fassi, Vincent Chituka. Guys, these are insane players. Wow, the depth that the Springboks have. Rest of the world, be jealous because we're insane. Oh, Italians, what was going on there? Just no communication at all in that lineout, and they've lost possession. The Springboks managed to gather it. Oh, the Italian lineout has been shocking today, really. They've lost possession like so many times. Anyway, we'll take it. Springboks get possession. Ref calls use it. And it's another up and under from Kobus Reinach. Mapimpi challenging to get the ball. And it is knocked forwards, I think, by Mapimpi. It is indeed a knock-on. And the Italians will get possession, but the ref has blown his whistle, and it will be a scrum for Italy just inside their own half. Oh, MX, Lindelani Magagula, thank you so much for subscribing. Good to have you here. Come, guys, everyone, please keep subscribing. We get so many viewers every week, and yet we're so close to 90,000. 90,000 subscribers, guys. Let's get there. Join the team. Become a member. Let's go, chaps. Let's go. All right, Garbisi has been subbed off for number 22, Stephen Varney. Very Italian name there. And Italy keep possession of their scrum quite well there. Oh, that is a huge hit. Ethan Hooker on the Italian number 13, Tommaso Menoncello. Oh my word, that was huge. And as a result, South Africa get the ball back. And, oh, unfortunately though, Kobus Reinach was caught in possession there. And the ball turned over again, but not just turned over. Italy have the penalty for holding on. It's happened far too many times this half. Chaps just cannot keep the ball once we get possession into contact. At the breakdown, I hate to say it, but Italy are winning. They're winning that breakdown again. We saw it last week. We're seeing it again this week. Their physicality at the breakdown is dominant. I'm sure everyone watching here and listening is incredibly frustrated by this fact. But yeah, it's not nice to see. Normally at the breakdown, we're dominant. But Italy have aggressively been disrupting the breakdown today and are winning the collisions. And they've been aggressive, fast reacting, slowing down the ball, but also just getting possession off the box like that so easily. Anyway, Italy get the line out of the penalty, and once again, they lose possession of the line out. Oh no. That's like 4 or 5 in a row now that they've just lost possession of the line out. They keep losing their line outs. It's really, really not good. Italy have won 8 turnovers in this game. They're up and under, and Edward van der Merwe gathers. Of course he does. He is so good. Anyway, Ntlabakanye taken into contact. A bit of a hospital pass they given to him, but he's so big, it doesn't matter. He doesn't lose any meters. Anyway, it's Mani Lebok up and under, cross kick to Mapimpi. Doesn't manage to gather, and Louis Leinach does. He kicks it forward. Sasha Vanberg Ngomazulu has it. He kicks it downfield. Some deep territory to be made here. Collected by Dare, who's in his own 22 and kicks it out towards the 40-meter line, and it will be a Springbok line out. Vanberg and Ngomazulu try to charge that down and actually crashed into Dare off the kick, but not intentional, just a bit of a rugby incident. He picks him up, says sorry. Dare acknowledges the sportsmanship, and the game moves on. Oliver Klein saying the breakdown is a joke. Yeah, look, it hasn't been great today. Italy winning the breakdown is definitely a point of concern and something that the Springboks need to fix. Looking towards Georgia next weekend, of course. Not sure if everybody here listening knows, but the Cheetahs managed to beat Georgia 24 points to 20 yesterday. So that was lekker for the Cheetahs. Hopefully the Bokke can do a lot better than that. Anyway, Springboks line out. We managed to keep possession. Evan Ruiz into contact. Gets a good few meters. He's a big lad. He is. Now back to Kobus Visser as well. These big new men coming on, making meters. Andre Esterhazen on the ball through to Ethan Hooker, who takes it into contact. Kobus Reinach now shifting it through the back line. Mani Lebok passing it through to Jan-Hendrik Wessels, who runs over Giacomo Dere like he's not even there. Oh my word. It is crazy. Mapimpi now has the ball looking for a gap. He takes it into contact. Oh, and he is brought down. The tackle is called, and the Boks have a penalty. Ref taking it back. Playing advantage for the Italian offside. Yo, I tell you what, Jan Hendrik Wessels just disrespected Giacomo Dere's entire family line there. That was crazy. He gets the ball and runs over him like literally he wasn't even there. It didn't stop him or his momentum at all. It took 3 other men afterwards to actually bring him down. Yo, if anyone of the Dare family is watching, yeah, unlux. Your boy just got flattened like a pancake, bro. Sheesh. Robin Hammond asking me how I'm feeling about the game. Well, Rob's feeling happy that the Boks are ahead, but a little bit frustrated again by the second half performance. We went 24-0 up at half time, and now we've only scored 1 try in the second half. I'm happy about the defense. We've kept Italy to a clean sheet so far. But at the breakdown, it's been incredibly frustrating. So thank you for your question, but I do think there's a lot of improvement to be had at the breakdown. Anyway, line out taken by the Boks. It is a maul that has been formed and gaining a lot of, oh yeah, going sideways, and the Boks have another penalty advantage. Shifted to the back line now. Esterhazen through to Libok. Oh, Mapimpi's in space. Over the line he goes. Makazole Mapimpi always gets his try. Oh, yes, my pimps. You are a try-scoring machine. One of the easier tries he'll score. We took the line out, into contact, got the penalty, into the maul, of course, got the penalty advantage from the maul, shifting to the back line. Once again, Mani Libok with a distance pass, opening up so much space. Guys, Mani Libok is absolutely fantastic with those passes. He gives it through to Sasha Feinberg and Gomezulu, who has quick hands to pass it through to Makazole Mapimpi on the left wing, who can jog over the try line for yet another try to add to his tally. Beautiful stuff, my pimps. We love to see it. 36-0 to the Boks, 73 minutes played. Mani Libok stepping up for the conversion. Let's see if he can slot another one for this game. And he does. Precies. Correct. Mani Libok. We love you. Fantastic stuff, Libok. Not the easiest kick. Not one you'd expect Libok to make every time, but he does it. And the Bokke now lead 38 points to 0. Gloob the Worm asking, has the breakdown issues happened throughout this game, or has it mostly been the second half? Look, most of the breakdown issues have come in the second half, but that's not to say that they weren't there in the first half as well. It's been a prevalent issue throughout the game. More significantly, though, in the second half, and it is a worry. I'm not sure if it's down to Bok fitness or just a bit of, I don't want to say arrogance, but you're almost again off the kickoff. They managed to, but they don't. So Boks do keep possession. Anyway, Gloob the Worm, thanks for your comment. Mostly in the second half, but yeah, it is a cause for concern for the Boks. Anyway, picked up by the debutant number 15. Brilliant stuff there from, who is that? Mirko Belloni, of course. Eats a gap. Italy keep possession now. They're on their halfway line. Menoncello, not a great pass. Losing some possession. But back to, Louis Leinach, who gets a gap, finds some space, who's stepping in, but there's no one there supporting him. He's brought down in the box 22. Can the Boks turn over the ball with possession? No, they can't. Italy do manage to keep possession. It's a bit of stagnant play here now. Bit messy. Mapimpi trying to clean through, but there's far too many Italians in the way for him to successfully do that. Italians recycle the ball into contact. The back line busy setting up now. They're in the box 22. About 15, or maybe now 10 meters out from the try line. Just giving it to the forwards who are taking it into contact, busy setting up something here. Italians on the move. Have not scored a point in this match yet. Menoncello into contact. Zanon gets the ball through to the Italian prop Mirko Spagnolo. Center field for the Italians, about 15 meters out from their try line. Peter Steph du Toit challenging for the ball with his endless engine. Dare looking to he's trying to just kick it through there. A little bit of a dink, trying to be too clever, but the kick was just not enough venom on it. Easily collected by Makazole Mapimpi, who looks like he's called a mark, and the Springboks will have a 22-meter drop out, or a free kick for them. Kieran Bruton, it'll be a sad day in South Africa when Rassie retires. Oh, amen to that, brother. Well said. Definitely. The market sniper, Nortje, is an underrated grafter. Great steal. Completely agree. Haven't said much about him this game, but he hasn't put a foot wrong. He's been brilliant. Well, I wouldn't say brilliant, actually. He's been very good. But a grafter, as you say. Putting in some hard work. Hasn't put a foot wrong so far. So, yeah. Good stuff from Ruan Nortje. Yvette saying Rassie cannot retire. I agree. Let's hope he can be eternal. Find the elixir for eternal life and stay on forever. Italy lose another line out. Wow. That's so many now. Actually, what are they doing, man? They just keep losing lineouts. Anyway, we have possession again. Oxenchair through to... Oh, Kobus Visser with a little grabber through, but it has gone out of play. But that's very interesting from the big lock forward. Just puts a little grabber through. Mapimpi chasing, doesn't quite get there. It goes out, and Italy have another line out. You know what, Kobus Visser, I think he says, it's going to be safe. Italy have a line out. They've just lost possession of like 5 of the last 6 lineouts. Anyway, why not? They'll lose possession again. Let's have a go. Yeah. Okay. Let's see how this lineout for the Italians goes now. Shame. I actually kind of feel sorry for them. Can you guys just at least win one of your lineouts, please? Please. And no, they can't. They lose the lineouts again. Peter Steph, the endless engine has another go, and he bounces the Italian prop. Keeps possession into contact. Lebok with a good pass. Sasha Feinberg and Gomazulu with a magic feet. Going, making meters. Going into contact. Making more meters. Being backed by Ethan Hooker. And still he goes. Kobus Reinach now picks it up. Quick hands from Oxenchair into Kobus Reinach. Quick hands again from Kobus Reinach. Oh, it's quick hands now to Andre Esterhazen, who's into a bit of a gap, finds some space. Kobus Reinach now takes it from contact, and Oxenchair into contact. The Boks are playing some very quick ball here. Italian struggling to reset. Peter Steph now into contact, takes it down. Boks keep possession. Now it's a little bit slower. Asenati and Klabakanye into contact. And again, the ball is recycled into the back. Oh no, Kobus Visser now with a little pop chicken wing into Ivan Ruiz, who manages to get the Boks into the 22. The Boks have an offside advantage now. Another advantage for the Boks for the penalty. Kobus Reinach popping up to Ivan Ruiz into the 10 meter, or around 10 meters from the try line now. Oh, and Andre Esterhazen has knocked it on. Unlucky. Oh, it's the second time he's done this now with penalty advantage, knocking it on close to the try line. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. We do get the penalty, and with 30 seconds left on the clock, Mani Lebok is stepping up to kick towards touch. Which he successfully manages to do. Boks 10 or so meters out from the try line. This is sure to be the last play of the game now. Boks are certainly going to go for the try. I reckon they should be setting up a maul here. Let's get Jan-Hendrik Wessels on the scoreboard. Everybody wants to see that. From the last 10 penalties conceded, it looks like Italy have conceded 6. The Boks have conceded 4. I want to see the stats of lineouts lost, because gee whiz, Italy have lost a whole lot of them. Okay, yeah, the maul is formed off the line out. Boks 10 meters out. Not much go forward, but they're setting up a good structure. The Italians look like they might be struggling here. Oh, yeah, and there's the momentum shift for the maul. Jan-Hendrik Wessels is going. He looks. Oh, has he put the ball down in time? I think it might be just in front of the try line. He reaches as far as his arms can stretch, but I think that he did not manage to put the ball down. But we'll have a look. Of course, we'll have a look. Ref looks up to the TMO to decide whether this is, but yeah, Jan-Hendrik Wessels certainly does not look convinced about that at all. I think he's put the ball down too early. It'll be adjudged a knock-on, and that should be full-time, but we will have a look. Yeah, he just stretches, the Italian player bringing him back. He stretches forward as far as his arms will allow. Oh, that might be on the line, you know. And if that's on the line, that's a try. Is there contact on the line there? If he has put it down directly on the line before the ball rolls forward, it will be a try for Jan-Hendrik Wessels. We just need to see another angle of this. There's downward pressure on the line here. Honestly, I don't see anything wrong with this. I think this should be a try. The first contact is on the line and there's downward pressure before the ball bounces forward. I don't see any reason why this should not be awarded. But yes, let's see how the TMO sees it. We got a French TMO. Duel Tranini, what's he saying? He's having a lot of looks at this, which isn't encouraging. You know what it's normally like when the TMO has to review something from every single angle and repeated angles again and again. Normally it means they have doubt, but personally, I don't see anything wrong. He hasn't put it over the line, but first contact with the ball on the ground is certainly on the line, and there is downward pressure. That can only be a try. Oliver Klein saying, if Esterhazen learns to pass, we'll see cricket scores. Interesting. Well, you know what? Argument to be said, yeah, that this is a cricket score already, you know, at 38 for naught. Very, very fine lines here. Personally, I think that Jan-Hendrik Wessels has put the ball down. I think that this should be awarded a try, but I am also a biased Bok fan, so let's hear what the TMO has to say. TMO says you can award the try. The try is awarded. Jan-Hendrik Wessels gets himself a try. It is 43 points to 0 for South Africa. The final hooter has gone, so of course Manie Libbok is going to step up to take the kick, and it will be full-time after that. Well deserved, Jan-Hendrik. You've played well since you've come on. Second international career try for him. In the corner, stretching as far as his arms would allow. Just managing to get the ball on the paint there. And it is a try. Manie Libbok with a very tough kick here. He's got 4 from 6 for the game so far. Pretty decent stats for him. And from the corner here, though, it's going to be tough. Touchline stuff. And he has absolutely nailed it. 45-0 to the Boks. Full time. Ladies and gentlemen, the Boks have managed to keep Italy from scoring a single point during this match. Unbelievable stuff from the Springboks. Could have been better with the breakdown, but hey, we can't complain. A 45-0 win for the Springboks. Everybody, please stay tuned. The Edward van der Merwe show, I think it was today. But like I was saying, stay tuned. Within 2 minutes, we will be going to our player reviews on a separate stream. So please do not leave the stream. We'll be having a separate stream starting in 2 minutes. Stay logged on. Please join us. And in the comments, there is a link that you can follow. Please rate your player ratings for the game. Each and every player for the Springboks will be up there. You can rate how good you think each player was. Please put your player ratings in there, and we will be doing a player ratings review now within the next 2 minutes. So stay logged on, follow the link, put your player ratings in,